I'd like to belch directly into your face right now.
Hello, guys. Birds have breasts, they have very nice breasts. Where are the birds at, baby? Birds are right there. I don't know what the fuck. That's a quirk where I think it again has to do with the handshaking issues with HDMI with my camera and my capture card. Just fucking shit you gotta deal with. And I forgot. Usually I check it, and then if I have to restart the computer, I'll do that before, obviously, I start streaming. But I didn't do that this time. So, it's a fairly regular thing that happens. Happy fucking Saturday night. The big bird has been outed as a chicken. And then there's so much shit tonight. I almost didn't stream, but then I was like, holy fuck. And then there's the whole, like, isn't Wood streaming about what happened with him and, I forgot. He's a cool dude. Wolfden. You know. Wait, what happened with Phil? He was complaining about support again? Listen, get support before you play Modern Warfare 3. They have no support while playing it. They complain about it. That's Phil. Black Friday sale. Yeah, but dude, no one's really interested in the merch, and we haven't refreshed it because no one's really interested in it. The horses are hard. I rather work on bigger videos or music. That was something I was working on that I played. I like it a lot. You know what I mean? I think. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. It's just like I always my opinion on Wood soured when he made a big fucking to-do about us using... He put a picture out as a thumbnail of him crying. We used that thumbnail as our image. Like, we used, like, he cropped him out and made our own thumbnail. And he was like, you could have... Why don't you use that one? It was a sensitive moment. Are you fucking kidding me? Why did you take my image from a public... You're talking about me. It's a publicly available image. People are too... That's the thing, man. People have fucking sticks up their asses. Fuck Phil. Can I say the F word? I think so. I don't think I have it blocked. So. Bird merch. Wow. Who just got gifted? Phil? I mean, hey, man, if you're an unironic fan of his shit, God bless. I'm not one of those people... like those lifeless weirdos who like want to stop people from making their living. I never understand that. Like, really find something else to do with your fucking time. But he's an interesting man, Phil. Like, yeah, like Wings Tings. He got booed off the internet. Or that other guy who was like, I don't like black people because they commit crime. As he's admitting that he's extorting people. So why is it oh you're white so you could commit a crime, it's okay, is what you're saying. Yeah, it is late for me to start, but I was like, you know what?
Breasts.
22 months of breasts. That would actually be a good idea. 22 months of premium cucumbers. Please read me with an announcer voice. From the makers of MILFs Take Miami Part 3 comes Poultry Takes Poughkeepsie Part 5. Why did I sound like Duke Nukem right there? I don't know. Yeah, it is a Saturday. And what happened was I was supposed to have my kids tonight, but my brother barfed this morning. And I called their mom, and I was like, look, I want them here, okay? I'm letting you know that my brother hurled. I am leaving the choice up to you. I want them here. And she was like, because my daughter has, she has, a minor procedure coming up, but you don't want her to get sick for it because then she can't have it. So, yeah. So she was like, yeah, I don't want him up there. So, Breast and Phil Barrage. Okay. I don't know. We'll find out. It could have been he just ate something stupid. Maybe there was maybe one of the FBI, maybe one of the feds stuck their dick in his burrito. I don't know. Breasts are coming out now, Hulk Hogan's giant taint. It could have been absolutely nothing, but he barfed.
Breasts.
Telltale AES donated $15. One night in the city of Seattle, Philip Burnell did something that made us rattled. He sat in his chair and turned on the cam. He took out his wiener and man oh man. He climaxed and cleaned it up. And this was a poem about Phil being rough.
Thank you, Hulk Hogan's. Spence, I missed a couple of them. Fuck Phil. Yes, you can. 22 months of premium cucumbers. I did read that. Actually, I read it kind of like Duke Nukem. That was weird. I did say, you know what I was doing before this? I was using that Tascam tape deck recording. I'm going to make a video on that. I got to open up this mini disc. That's why I got back into mini disc, man. Exactly for the reasons I said today in the video about PlayStation. Pirate. I don't fucking care. Oh, Rich, you're telling people to steal stuff? They're stealing from you. Oh, but I don't care. It's in the terms of service that they could get rid of it. If you're paying for something that you want continual access to it, it doesn't matter what fallout they had with the company. You bought it, they profited, you bought it so you have access to it 24/7. They could go fuck themselves. So yeah, if I want to watch a movie, I'm going to fucking get around your HDCP and fucking copy it. Am I going to sell it to anybody? Fuck no. I'm not going to, like, go around and hustle it. But am I going to pirate shit because you won't keep it up there? Fuck yeah. If you, oh, Rich, you know, you shouldn't be copying songs from Spotify. Suck a dick. You shouldn't be recording movies on a streaming service. I'm not selling it to anybody. So yeah, if that's piracy, then it's piracy. Figure out ways to preserve them. Figure out ways to get around DRM with games. Pirate, motherfucking pirate. I used to think differently, but these companies don't give a fuck, so fuck them. Anyway. So how's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing well. I'm done, man. Like, yeah, I get it. Like, oh, it's kind of like going to a store and just stealing a CD. But you're not letting me take, like, I hate tapes. Well, I don't hate them, but I wouldn't recommend them to anybody. If you're like 20-something looking to get into a retro format, I know there's some tape aficionados on YouTube that'll probably, their ass cheeks will be hurt by me saying this. Tape is a pain in the balls. But that's why I recommend, like, minidisc. If you're like 20-something, you want to get into a retro format because, hey, I like the song on Spotify. You get a little Bluetooth dongle. Yes, it's not the cleanest way to get audio in there, but it's the most convenient. You pair it up with your phone. You like a song, hit record, hit play, and then you have that song forever. There's stuff from, like, Prodigy, from Mobb Deep I used to have on, like, Apple Music that's no longer available. There's stuff, the Elden Ring soundtrack just recently got taken off of there. You're going to tell me that I can't tell people they can't record shit that they do pay for? Fuck out of here. Nah. See. Listen. And then there's people like, Rich, you know, you're an idiot. You could download the stuff on your computer. You mean like you're talking about in the app? You realize that if I download something, like say in YouTube, for example, if you download just in YouTube, you don't use a third-party program to actually get the video file. If that person gets that video taken down or they delete it, it gets pulled from your downloads. It's the same thing with Apple. I downloaded the Elden Ring album on Apple Music. It's no longer available. The download is gone. God, people are so dumb. I mean, I'm not pulling a Phil. Is minus like independent artists that like you go through Bandcamp and they actually send you FLAC or whatever. If you're on Apple Music, if you're on Spotify, sure, you could download them, but if they have a fallout with licensing with whatever artist is on there, your downloads are gone. On YouTube, if you download a song via YouTube, not a third-party app, it's gone. You could tell they're people that don't, like, they're either younger or they just don't know what they're talking about. God, I sound like filler right now, but I actually do know what I'm talking about with this. And it pisses me off, man. It's like, you're going to take away movies from someone that they didn't rent them. They bought them at full price. It wasn't like Game Pass where games come and go. I know there's a few super chats I got to get to. Of course it's in the TOS since they could take it away anytime. But you, like, then here's the thing. Okay, fine. Then don't make me pay $70 for a fucking game or $25 or $20 for the 4K HDR version of a movie. If you could take it away at any time, don't make me pay like I'm going out to get a physical fucking Blu-ray. You know what I mean?
Breasts.
Salin99 donated $15. Look here, look, listen. If they're going to kill off physical media, piracy as preservation. To some degree.
Period. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm saying. All right, fine. So you have something in the TOS that you could just take my game away any day, even though I spent $70 on it. So don't make it 70 then. Make it 40. You're not all you're doing is giving a master file to Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo to put on their database. You're not distributing that. You're not sending it out to stores, physical copies, to the same degree anyway. Why the fuck am I paying full price for something that you could take anytime you want? Anyway.
Breasts.
Sequel to Turok 3. Yeah, I could see that. It's good. It's good. It's a hell of a lot better than it was on the N64, because the N64 was like 20 frames a second. My super chat, sorry about that. I spent that last 10 hours troubleshooting my desktop because I updated my motherboard's BIOS. Only realized the update corrupted the motherboard, not Windows. Ooh. That's pretty brutal, too, because once the BIOS is corrupted, it gets fucked. Breasts and Phil Barrage. Oh, yeah, I never gave that to you. Let's see how I can do this.
Breasts.
Pussy. 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 And now I'm gonna masturbate. And now I'm gonna masturbate. And now I'm gonna masturbate. Oing, oing, oing.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing that too, man. Rich and the Birds, Jesus. So, my take, if buying something doesn't mean you own it, piracy isn't stealing. I buy all my stuff to get DM-free version to store. Well, yeah, that's why I'm not saying, like, I'm going to go out and, like, you know, go to, like, Chinatown in New York City and start flipping games on burnt Blu-rays, but, if you want to get a game and keep it and download it and whatever way you do it, do it. I condone it. I don't condone you reselling it. I condone you for your own personal use, getting a copy however you do so you don't lose it. If that makes me, if Sony wants to send a lawyer knocking on my door, I will make that lawyer eat my ass. And he'll enjoy it.
Breasts.
PlayStation Studios donated $15. From our newly acquired studio, Black Ox, comes an all-new open-world action-adventure set in Washington, D.C. Sex E Coco. Make America sexy again. Trailer at the Game Awards. Pre-order now for 4 extra penis inches. Coming to PS Triple and Ouya in 2024.
Listen. That song would have been perfect for that, but I have it too fucking loud. Jesus Christ. I'll put it like as background ambient. A little bit lower. There you go. So when Phil says something stupid. I lowered it again. Sounds good? Sounds good to me. Oh, almost God, man, see, this is my problem. There's so much going on, but I still want to watch Phil because I have psychological issues. PR978, thank you for the super chat. Pirates. Life for Me, I love that song. Can I get a Beavis Boobs? I think I gave you everything except a Hoot Wireless.
Hoot Wireless.
But I'll do it again just in case.
Boobs.
Breasts. 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 Breasts.
All right, so we got a lot to get. There's over 700 of you here. We got a lot to get, which is actually surprising, and I appreciate, especially with the Spawncast going on right now. I haven't watched that in a while, and I don't know why. I enjoy the Spawncast. But here I am, a man.
Breasts.
Streaming late.
Salin99 donated $15. Look here, look, listen. I know you're apprehensive of doing the Game Awards, but I would absolutely love it if you and Jay did it.
I know. I just got something going on outside of this that I have to attend to, and I'm not sure if it will let me. So, That's why. I will, if I can, I'll definitely do it, you know? So, all right, so we got everything going here. Wait, no, this is, wait. Whoa. Well, that was, those are breasts. Thank you, Squid Biscuit. I appreciate it. So I've actually followed. He's kind of like a commentary YouTuber. He does similar stuff to on the commentary side, anyway, that I do. And he's quitting, man. He's looking to sell his channel. So let's watch this. I have a lot of takes. As a person who's been doing this essentially as long as him, I just started older. But we started at almost the same time. I have a lot to say. So.
Hey, so in a video I made a couple weeks ago, I mentioned that in 2024 that YouTube is going to be my last year. At the year 2024, sometime during that time, when I don't know yet, I will no longer be creating content on this channel, and that I'm retiring out. And a lot of people in the comments expressed concern about that and were really worried and wanted to know why in a more detail, because I know in that video I was really
I read
vague.
that Enraged.
And so I wanted to give you more of an explanation, because I feel like I owe that to folks on why in 2024 is going to be my last year. And I just want to come on here as raw and real and transparent as possible. And I'm going to get emotional during this because it's a long journey. I've been doing YouTube I started YouTube in 2008. So I've been doing it for a really, really long time, right? And
God, I did,
when I first came to you,
the first video I uploaded, which was just literally gameplay to test out a capture card, was in 2008, 2007. Yeah. That was when I lived with my ex with the dog that literally wanted to murder me.
YouTube, as a Christian, I was really, really emotionally vulnerable. I was just a completely different person. Obviously, when you're a teenager to when you grow older, you change. But throughout my YouTube career, essentially, I had to build really, really thick skin fast, or else I just couldn't handle making content. I couldn't handle people making fun of me. I couldn't handle people criticizing me for every which way, of me mispronouncing words, of me not saying a word properly because of my speech impediment, for me being dyslexic and reversing some sort of thing. People making fun of my
Bookie and DSP porno. Thank you, man, for supporting the stream. Oh, it tells you how many times you supported now, too. That's great. Thank you. That would be a frightening porno. And Phil would complain the whole time. Doesn't matter if he was the power top, power bottom. Phil would just complain.
My nasally high-pitched voice, a lot of the things. Like, when I started YouTube, that was a common thing. People would make fun of me, and it bothered me when I first start YouTube, because you're not used to having so many eyes on you, and you get hundreds of comments of people just pointing out all these problems and what you're doing wrong.
Oh yeah, it's a shock. Even as coming from retail, it's like you learn. You just don't care. I just don't fucking give a shit anymore. But in the beginning, I would like anyone who had anything negative, because it's just like, wow, you're getting barraged with stuff and you're just not used to it, because that's not how the real world works. People are thinking the shit, okay? All the nasty shit that's said in the comment section, they're thinking it in their heads, but you usually don't have to deal with it in an interaction. And on YouTube or the internet, because of the anonymity, people are just fucking bastards. You know? So it depends on you either learn to handle it, or understandably, if it's not for you, because yeah, it is brutal, you move on from it. And I guess Reps, hey, I don't blame them. If you're not into it, if you're not into being in entertainment at all, not even just YouTube, it's one of the most brutal professions out there. Everyone's cutthroat. Many people are out to either take your spot, or they're looking to be buddy with you because it benefits them. There's people I'm thinking of that I won't mention. It's a motherfucker, man. And if you ain't built for it, or if it wears on you after time, it ain't worth it. No joke. I have to make a game for a college assignment. I swear to God, I put Black Ox Studios in the title screen. Are you going to get expelled?
Stuff, and it really affected me, right? But over time, I had to build a level of armor around me, and over the years, every year it's just gotten a layer bigger, and it's really made me desensitized to the real world, the world that we live out every single day, that you go out to the grocery store, you go out and shop, you go out and work a job 9 to 5, whatever job that is, whether that be welding, whether that be any job that you are interested in, it doesn't matter. The point is, you're not sitting here in front of a camera, talking to a camera, uploading a video, editing a video, and being disconnected with people, reality, and the real world around you. And over the course of years...
Depends on your situation. That's why I go out every day and don't just sit at home. Well, actually, today I worked on music, but it's how you make it too, though. You know what I mean? It's, do you go out and be with other people? Do you do things? If you just sit at home and just do this and let it engulf you, then yeah, that is fucking toxic as shit, It's any job working from home. If you're working remotely for a major corporation, you have to log in at a computer. It's the same thing. You can't just sit in a room and then just go lay in your bed. Yeah. So, did you know that Logan Paul, ABBA, one dog that got eaten by coyotes? What happened? Not sure how long I'm on tonight. Not sure.
Shell has gotten so thick of defense, of basically having thick skin, that I've extended that thick skin to have expectations.
Thank you, DHC.
Of my friends, my families, relationships, people close to me, friends, and I've expected them to be able to have that thick skin too. And that's unrealistic, right?
I don't expect them to have it, but what? 300, I will do 230, Wes. What I find is there's a lot of people who are like, if I could do this, I would do that. They think they're know-it-alls, and they have never done anything remotely like this on the internet. And yeah, and it's funny because then they end up in a situation, and it's like, oh yeah, you can't handle it. It's not as easy as you thought, huh? Because everyone yeah. The job in and of itself, I get it. This job is fucking easy. I'm not denying that in terms of like what it takes to do. But that's not all you do. And a lot of motherfuckers though, oh, I could do that, and I would do this, and oh really, you would do all that. Good luck. Go do it. Go do it. See what happens. Come back to me. Let's see how easy it was for you to do. Let's see how easy it is to handle all the brutal comments. Let's see how easy it is to deal with shady people that you don't know if they're trying to be friendly or trying to just use you as a stepping stone. Oh, you can handle all that? 300 by 1215. We're at 105.86. And you know what? I'll make it 3. I'll stay up till 3. Make it an even number. That's not even. What the fuck am I? Make 3 an even number. Holy shit. Okay.
But because I'm so ingrained in this...
No, Wes, I will never, ever, ever end the stream. That is not fair to everyone else in the audience. I know you're joking. I hope you're joking. But I will never end the stream. Look what Pluto's bird is. Why is it a sexy bird? Does it have breasts?
YouTube world.
If you know who actually would probably take you up on that? Wings. Listen, what are you doing? You masturbating?
It's disconnected.
Wings would be like, all right, I'm leaving.
Ban Amber Heard's turd, please.
Connected me from the real world and reality in a really unhealthy way. And in order for me to be the best...
I don't want people to think... I'm not... Look, everyone is built different, man. And if this was affecting you... No, I still wouldn't end it. There would be no... Unless it was like paying off my house, like I always say to Wes. I would never end the stream. Nope. Not 1,000. Wouldn't do it. It's not fair to the rest of my audience. What is... If people are like... Why would you... Think about it, Wes. I know you're joking. But still. Like, the psychology of it. That's why Wing streams get hurt. Because it's like, he's just going to get a certain number and just leave. That sucks. So who's going to want to show up? So that's why... That's damaging long term. So I didn't even realize Wings did that. Like, he gets a certain number. He's like, I'm out of here. So, like... Someone drops like a $200 dono in the first 5 minutes. Ban anybody who says I'm leaving. That's bad business. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's a quick buck, but then your audience thinks you're a piece of shit. And then if no one shows up, goodbye support. And again, I know Wes is joking, but I'm just saying in general, like, they're like, what Wings does is kind of similar, and that's not good. Because why would you... Like, oh, I'm going to go to Wings stream, but he may end it in 10 minutes if someone donates what he wants. So what the fuck is the point? You know? Rich, did you know Logan Paul... one dog that was... Oh, so you know the government is investigating Prime. Why? Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, well, you, Scott, you would be like, dude, I'm going to show up to Rich's stream. $50 on a foot rub. All right, sold, Wes. Because that just means you're just... I mean, yeah, obviously I do this as a living, but that means you're just straight up about the money. And then people aren't going to be like, all right, I know, like, Do Mama. She'll come hit me up. Are you streaming? She wouldn't worry about tuning into my streams. I don't even know if she's here and I'm talking about her. But then she would just be like, no, he's going to be done in 5 minutes if, like, Wes donates money. Who the fuck would want to tune in? Mari, how the hell are you, Mari? Rich, my twin brother Michael just became a nightly viewer. I see him in the chat. Give him a soundboard special.
Girls. When I hear shake it off, I think of my girls. When I hear shake it off, I think of my girls.
Wow, shocking. He's caught up in another scandal. So, again... 300 by 12:15. I'll stay up till 3. I think that's fair-ish. How much for you to eat a hot dog on stream? I don't have any hot dogs, so you couldn't even ask it anyway. You could give me $5,000. I can't eat a hot dog. I don't have one to put in my mouth. I don't think anyway.
This version of myself and or
One of Logan Paul's dogs he abandoned got killed by coyotes because of the... Oh, there's so much caffeine that like fucking people are keeling over or getting sick at least.
for me to really move forward the way that I want to in my life of having...
No,
Breasts.
Wes, I already sound like Phil. I already sound like Phil here.
It's time to talk about a man. A man with an ass. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Yeah. Philip Burnell is a man.
Yeah.
Philip
We look at
Burnell
the
is a
lobs.
man. Philip Burnell is a man who had a burst of May 1st. Why?
Why?
Because he
Because
had,
he had
a
a
thirst.
thirst.
He stroked his dawn until it
Till it
burst.
burst.
The camera was on. It was
It
on,
was
the,
on
whole
the whole
time. So
time.
everyone saw him stroking from behind. Oh, yeah.
So, PTR978, thank you. Can I hear Phil whisper vajayjays in my ear? Vajayjays? Dude, I mean, he does the, Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pussy, 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 pussy. The biggest pussies on planet Earth. Pussy,
Girls. Girls.
pussy,
Girls.
pussy,
Girls.
pussy.
I gotta stop. I would send him... Oh, what would I send him on DoorDash? I would send him a bunch of chicken sandwiches from Burger King. That's what I would do. But I would not do that to you, Phil. Don't worry. Heard a rumor that the Jeep might be delayed due to a dev's son. Yeah, dude, I wanted that fucking little shit. That's newsworthy. Thank you, actually. I forgot about that. You reminded me. Thank you. Because I saw Muda post something. Imagine, like, putting your dad's job on the line to get TikTok clout. And he's right. Thank you for reminding me. Missed my StreamLabs chat, and wow, 13 months. I already can't believe it. I can't believe it. Aruda12's been a member for 12 months, and I am missing a couple StreamLabs, actually. Why am I talking to your breasts? I think I could hear rock. Let me tell your breasts this. I could hear rock Marciano on that speed I made. You're a fucking bird. You know that, right? And that's the thing with beats like this. I'm not saying I'm a rapper, but I can hear the flow in my head. But to like the average person who just hears a beat, if you listen to a lot of Rock's beats, it's just a loop. But if you listen to rap, you hear what goes with it. Minus some drops, and maybe I'll do some like samples from the Equalizer movie. Doesn't really need anything else. Just needs someone to spit on it.
Salin99 donated $100. What was the goal again? Also, do you think that emotionally YouTube is way more demanding? If Jay is on for the Game Awards and you can't
Whoa.
I'll be here.
Holy shit. So Jay said he'll do it no matter what. So that I can say. Wait. I just put words. He said he would. So we're at I'll count that we're at 250. I have to open Streamlabs. Jesus Christ. I'm fired. I am Phil. That's it. It's over. I'm going to Windows 8.1. There is a few. I missed Arodu. I missed... Did I miss anybody? Zaylin. No, I didn't miss you because it was... Alright, so... I had to unplug my PS5 for now. I'm done with it. It always fails to connect to my Wi-Fi even though my Xbox... So there's something wrong with the Wi-Fi chip in it. I don't have any issues with my slim or my old fats. My tits are old fats. Yeah, there's something. It sounds like your Wi-Fi chip in there failed, dude. Do you have a way to get like a nice long juicy Ethernet cable and plug it into the PS5's hole? I mean, the only thing that kind of signals, even with computers, that usually means that the motherboard may be starting to be on its way out, or it could just be the Wi-Fi. Then you could just plug it in via Ethernet and not have any issues. So, Arodo, I missed your Streamlabs, did I? I don't see it, dude. Oh, I did, and now I answered it. I'm an asshole. What was the goal again? Also, do you think the emotionally YouTube is way more demanding? If Jay is on for the Game Awards and you can't, I'll be here. Okay, he'll be happy to hear that. I think here it's the same thing I've said about. Here's what happens, and I'm not saying this necessarily about Daniel or Dan or Repzion, whatever you'd like to call him. But there's a lot of people that become E-famous that weren't meant to handle being in the entertainment industry. But everything else connects, you said, though, right? So that still may be an issue with the Wi-Fi inside of your PS5. Oh, you can't get a cable. Fuck, dude. Okay, thank you, Classy. I'll check it. Because it's not just YouTube. I mean, like, maybe a firmware update fucked it up. Who knows? But, I mean, being a regular star, I always bring up Howard Stern. I know some of you have heard this before, or maybe all of you had, and you're like, Rich, shut the fuck up, but I'm not going to. When he signed his contract to do another 5 years, because it was kind of up in the air if he was going to, like, one person on Facebook was like, oh, like, said, oh, I wish he didn't sign the contract, and Baba Booey told him. And he was like, oh, my day was ruined because someone said something nasty on Facebook. I'm like, dude, that's a Tuesday. But generally, if you're an entertainer, you got to deal with the bullshit of the public. And there's not a lot of people that are built for it. I wasn't really necessarily built for it in the beginning. It kind of, you know, so it's tough. Yeah, you could do a Wi-Fi extender and then take the Wi-Fi, the Ethernet from the Wi-Fi extender, and plug it into your PS5. So yeah, so Arodu. Okay. I can't believe a dev's son. Oh man, now your dad's probably gonna be without a job, kid.
Absolute privacy. I have to stop creating content on this channel sometime in 2024. And it's really, really hard because this has been such a big part of me.
I wonder if something really bad happened. Because I know he got really caught up. He even went to court with Repzion, who showed up with a bulletproof vest. Oh my god, that man.
Me.
Abby has moved. For once, he has not cummed.
For so long. I have a lot of fun memories, but the negatives of having a YouTube channel this size really outweighs the positive by far. And like, for example, right? I made a video with my mom a long time ago, and people were really mean in the comment section. They were making fun of her teeth not being straight or whatever. And when my mom voiced to me how that really hurt her feelings and that really is a horrible thing for people to say about her, my response to her was just deal with it, have thicker skin. And that's been my mentality for years. And I'm realizing that that mentality is not just wrong, but it shows a complete lack of empathy and a complete lack of understanding and putting myself in somebody's...
That's why I don't have people unless they're in entertainment on my streams and stuff like that. Like, you gotta be built for it. If you ain't built for it, it's not worth it. Kind of ties into what I was saying before. It's like, oh, I'll come in your stream. I'm like, nah, you're good. I won't even have my fucking kids in my... I've debated it, and it always ends up being no. Ain't fucking worth it, man. There's a lot of people who can't. Goof, I know you well enough. I don't know if you had thousands upon thousands of people criticizing you every day. It's brutal, man. You on paper may think you can, but can you? I can't make any choices with the internet as I live with my parents. I'm disabled. So, could someone in your family help you? Maybe get a cable downstairs? Because who knows, man? It might just be the Wi-Fi, and that's it. You could just plug it in Ethernet, and you'd be good.
Else's shoes on what they're experiencing, and this channel essentially has... I've allowed myself to, like, be cut off from being able to display genuine empathy from people because I have this shell around me that's been so big and built because I have to in order to protect myself on the internet. And maybe I shouldn't even be mentioning this, but...
How much for Wes to stay up? He won't stay up.
I'm at a place right now, and this place moving forward is where I'm...
He's not trans. He's a from birth dude.
Really emotionally vulnerable. Like, insanely emotionally vulnerable, and I'm wearing my emotions out on my sleeve, and I'm...
Yeah, man, this is the entertainment business like anything else. It is brutal. How much to become trans? I'll be a woman tomorrow for you, Wes. I'm not sure, Roto. You sound like you have a complex issue.
I'm in therapy once a week, sometimes 2-3 times a week, depending on how badly I need it. And I'm really working...
Yeah, dude, if you have to be in therapy 2 to 3 times a week, this is not good for you.
On being the person I used to be when I was a teenager in regards to being able to be open emotionally and be able to just show empathy towards people around me and be able to just endlessly give to people and give and give and give and give.
I know he was back and forth on YouTube for a while too. I remember before, like, the whole Onision thing, which really boosted his channel for a while. He was like, I know he was going to train to become a welder. I think he is a welder now. And he was kind of on the fence, and I was like, I'm giving up YouTube, or I'm giving it up at least full time. And so he's kind of been, you know.
And it's really, really hard when this has been an year.
No, I will no longer accept money for putting on outfits. No matter what the price. Again, unless it's paying off my house.
Building these walls, and now it's just like there's nothing here. And to continue to create content, I can't do it. I don't want... It's not that I can't. I don't want to. My desire to continue on doing this doesn't exist anymore. This is not a burnout. This is like, I am genuinely not happy creating content on this channel anymore and doing what I've been doing for years. It doesn't satisfy me, and I want to be able to connect with people in a more meaningful way. And I feel as if as long as this channel is around, as long as I'm creating on this channel, there's that disconnect. And I don't want to be solidified.
He's self-aware to have the conversation that Phil should be having with himself. Literally. I'm not trying to shoehorn Phil because of my reality TV show obsession with him. It is true. This is what is in Phil's head, but he's either in denial about it or doesn't realize it. You know what I mean? Yeah, and DSP can't do anything else. I'm sure that's part of, like, what can he do now? Oh, I did customer service in 1993. Hey, you know what, man? Same with me. I haven't had a real job since 2013. You know, but like I said, this is honestly, I'm not just making jokes here. This is, if Phil could look in the mirror, this is the conversation he would be having too, because he doesn't have to say it. You could tell Phil is done. He has had it. He could tell you as much as he... Oh, I'm going on a rant about Phil. People pay for this, Bird. He could tell you how meaningful it is and how he gets a boner walking into his office to go on. His actions speak louder than his words. He's fallen asleep during games. Not all the time, but if it's a Yakuza game, the chance is like 60%. He bans anybody even with like a logical take. Richard Burnell, thank you, Wes. Now you owe me $7,000. Like, you could tell he's had it too. He is not happy making content, but he has to make content. We are at, I guess, yeah, we're at 270.79. I only like streaming every once in a while. I wish there was a way I could math up automatically the StreamLabs, because that would make them count. But that 100, that doesn't take much math to count that. Yeah, and you could not be in the right fucking mindset and have disaster streams like I was having. So, it can get to you, man. The entertainment business. And you don't think me trying to do shit with music? At 42? I used an acapella once and sent it to it. It started a fucking shitstorm on Twitter. It's an unforgiving entertainment, whether it be you being a YouTuber or a musician or an actor or I don't even know, a reality TV star. Wes have you smoked crack tonight? Have you got that Walter White meth in your system, bro? 500 to take a bong rip out of my asshole. All right, deal, Wes. Get some top tier THC in that hole, and I'm taking a rip. Ugh, I don't even smoke weed anyway.
In a world of being disconnected from people in real life. I've been so
He borrowed some meth from Nate.
heavily involved in the internet culture for so long that it's affected my family, it's affected relationships, it's affected real life people who know me. And I don't want them to experience that anymore. I shouldn't have to worry. I don't want my parents worrying about being swatted again. Okay? There's so much stuff that happens behind the scenes. My parents are in their 60s. My mom's turning 70. I don't want my mom worried about being swatted. I don't want somebody I'm dating to worry about their door being broken down because somebody doesn't like me on the internet and they want to violate our privacy and post personal information and every place I move and I live and the address gets posted and people show up. No, not people don't talk about that stuff very often. There's so much stuff that I don't talk about that happens behind the scenes.
I wonder. Yeah, well, maybe his parents had him older. I know he's younger than me.
That
No, you don't have to live, dude. I've had family members I don't even talk to anymore get doxxed when I had a nuclear dox happen to me. Dude, if people really hate you, they want to, like, get everybody who's in proximity of you involved. All right, Wes, stop. I'm not stop with your balls.
Upsets me and hurts my family and my loved ones. My loved ones. That's the thing that ultimately is one of the biggest reasons is my loved ones are.
Yeah, dude. And that's why people are, Rich, what's the advice you would give? I'm like, are you built, if by some extremely off chance, which is minuscule, that you blow up on here, are you ready to handle this shit? Do you have the psychological stability to deal with some of the most heinous people that you would probably never meet in real life? You know? PR, thank you very much. Goof, you were bored ready, Goof. Oh, really?
Are affected.
I love you too. Stop talking about my balls.
By this
or your balls
channel, because there's crazy people out on the internet, and people are invasive, they're cruel, and if they don't like you for whatever reason, they'll do anything they can possibly to disrupt your life, to disrupt your peace. And I want peace, and I want to extend peace to other people who I love and care for.
But here's the question. Now that you have been an internet personality for essentially this as long as I have been, Jesus Christ, will they ever let you get that peace anyway? Will you be able to fly under the radar? Because if there's people that malicious that are doing this to you now, they'll figure it out. These people have nothing better to do. They are dedicated and they are sexually frustrated, and they will do what they need to do to find you. Hell hath no fury like a basement-dwelling man that cannot get pussy. No, we didn't watch it yet, so we're still going to watch it. I was lick Rich's Adam's apple. You want to lick my Adam's apple? Oh, I can put my shirt back on. Which is good because I have to piss too. Man, listen to my voice. Listen to that. Birds. That's who's saying birds. I'm shocked. I will say, if that new Tascam tape deck does sound good, is it worth it for the average person? Like, I'm looking at... Did I put it on backwards? I did. Felt how the shirt was, that it was on backwards. Congratulations on your turd.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Try to relax your anus.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Beer 2 is badass.
Congratulations.
I'm never
I think the whole went down in quality, but I think the whole trilogy is solid first.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
No, I do not have the airsoft fatty.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
I'll be back in a second.
You take the bubbles and shut them up your fucking ass. How about that?
Birds. All right. Just pissing.
Fucking ass, how about that? Fucking ass, how about that?
Oh shit. Tripped over my chair. Too slow to have anal too. That's a first. How to do it? Oh no, it's doing it. I hear it. I hear the congratulations. Oh no, it's there's similarities because it doesn't happen as often. Like someone on really, you're gonna take like fucking 6 years to open, huh? There we go. I'm like, please don't tell me I can't not have the soundboard on the stream now. Admittedly, in some ways, retail can be worse because the people that have the audacity to be fucking assholes, they're usually real fucking assholes. Like that guy who was an assistant principal. Like when I first started working at the gym. Most of you know this story, I know. Because I thought I could leave the counter to go look for his fucking water bottle, and my boss told me I couldn't, so I didn't do it. I don't have the fucking guy's number. I'm not gonna be like, sir, I can't get your fucking sippy cup for you. Sorry. So he comes in, he's like, where's my water bottle? I'm like, I'm new here, I apologize. I was told by my manager I can't leave the counter. You would have thought I asked him to suck my dick. He was so fucking offended. And ever since then, he would like talk shit, whisper like the stupid motherfucker under his breath. And be like, I wanted to beat the fucking shit out of him. I didn't. But did I want to? I use YouTube Music. Yes, I do. Digital Schizo, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, if you count, we have hit the goal. I'm here till 3. Fuck you. That was a weird... And then, what a fucking douchebag, too. Then he wanted to go tanning, so he had to, like, be nice to me. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I didn't, and I wouldn't have. I'm like, I should slap the fucking taste out of your mouth. And then... It was the weirdest thing. Again, most of you know this story, but I'm going to tell it again. Why 509, Wes? What does the $9 do? Hey, Rich, you fat fuck, buy a Subway sandwich with the $9. Well, guess what, Wes? It's not enough for a Subway sandwich. Anyway, back to the story. So, really nice guy. It was weird because he had no teeth, but he worked out all the time, so he was in decent shape.
Breasts.
And breasts, yes. I'll get to that in a second. But he had... Bro had a wig that looked like... It basically was the equivalent of this. It was like... It looked like he took like one of those things off like a cheesy mannequin and just plopped it on his head, put some tape on, and he was like... It looked like a dead bird on his head. It looked like a fucking dead bird. But the thing is, he's like, hi, Rich, how are you doing? Because he had no teeth. I was like, hey, man, what's going on? I forgot his name. First name isn't a big deal, but I forgot it anyway. Every night, the dude was nice to me. Nicest guy on the planet. We had conversations. He was weird, but whatever. Like, he was harmless. And then, like, the last night, literally the last night I was working it, before I put my 2 weeks in to come do whatever the fuck I'm doing now. No, Wes, I'm not staying up till 6 a.m. And he just got in my face and, like, started like, you didn't get to do the paper towels. And I'm like, in the bathroom. I'm like, that's never been my job ever. And he kept on barking and getting closer, and his spit started hitting me. And I went, you motherfucker. And I, like, threw him essentially across the fucking back of and our office was pretty wide. And I was like, you come in my fucking face again, I will beat the shit out of you. It was bizarre. And then, like, then that was it. The rest of the night stopped. And what I found out later is that the reason he reacted like that is he was sad I was leaving. And I was like, is that Ralph? I'm like, you're sad I'm leaving, so you get in my face and we almost throw down over fucking paper towels, which was never once my job the entire time I was there. And if it was, no one told me about it. You're gonna get in my face and start spitting the last night I'm there because you're sad that I'm leaving. A handshake would have been nice. Maybe you wanted to suck my cock or something, and I would have said no. So maybe that was, you know, he was holding back his urges for my fucking 1-inch mushroom. What am I talking about? Are we supposed to be watching a video? Looking at logs and intro man fart. This is Darich. Oh no. No, listen. That's actually a good combo. I will give you that.
We look at the logs. 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 We look at the logs.
Did you realize how many times I said we looked at the logs? All right. So, what do you want again? Girls and anus? God, this is getting...
Girls.
Try to relax your anus.
Girls.
Try to relax your anus.
Girls.
Your shoulders.
And as long as this channel, I'm creating videos on this channel, I fully can't be the best version of myself for my family and loved ones the way that I need to be. So that's why I'm stopping YouTube in 2024. When I stop, I don't know. It's just going to be sometime in 2024. But I know there's a lot of questions. What am I going to do with the channel? What about my videos? Well, I plan on keeping my videos up on this channel because I think that would be a really large disservice to subscribers and viewers just to remove everything.
Well,
and number two, I plan my goal. This is what I would like, and this is an also opportunity for anybody watching this. If you are an investor and would like to buy this YouTube channel, the stipulation being is that you can't delete the content on it. You can rebrand it. You can make it whatever you want. Ideally, take this name Repzion.
Well, I don't even think it would be in the purchaser's best interest. My whole thing was that this is exactly what I wanted to talk about too. But if you're the brand, like ReviewTechUSA is mostly me. I guess it's not against TOS anymore. It used to be. But it's probably going to be against TOS again because it makes no sense to me. It's like, all right, so hey, great, this channel has all these subscribers, but if people are tuning in for a specific person, then what's the point? No one's going to tune in for, you know, hey, my name is Bob. I bought Rich's channel. Okay. We don't want to watch you. Like.
And whatever, change it into something new. This is a huge investment opportunity because you will be able to make money through this channel. I've been successful with it for over 10 years.
Best job I had was Circuit City. Worst job I had... working at a car wash during the fucking winter, too. Holy fuck.
Years. It's always brought me a really stable income that's separate from even just YouTube revenue. I'm talking like sponsorships and stuff like that. And if you know how to use the
Yeah, but it's not you. Algorithm. If no one's watching the shit, the algorithm ain't gonna pick it up.
algorithm to your advantage, you could really make this channel explode and become even more profitable than it is.
I worked at Circuit City Express, actually. That was cool. Working at the main store when they transferred me there, after they shut down Circuit City, you could suck a bag of horse sticks.
You know, I make over $70,000 a year. That's just specifically in sponsorships, typically on the channel. That's separate from YouTube ad revenue. So I am going to sell this channel at some point. I'm going to use a website. Well, what's it called? It's called Scrowise, SCROWISE, and basically what it is, it's just this company that you find a buyer, and the buyer and me, the seller, we discuss a price. The price is sold, and they are basically a company that sells YouTube channels, and the middleman would basically gives, you know, the information and the
I just don't understand what the point would be. Even if you had money and wanted to invest, as soon as the person that's considered the brand is gone, the views are going to be gone.
Transfer the channel and all the legal funds, they hold the funds and then transfer it over to me, and then ad revenue and all that stuff. They basically are the middleman who gets buyer and seller to have a really smooth transfer.
Yeah, this isn't going to last. So I guess if you're a YouTuber who wants out, be out now. I give this like a year and change before it's jumped on and stopped, because, you know, you're not going to make money. The person buying it. I feel bad because I'm cool with him, but to any buyer of any channel, it's a bad idea. I have a feeling he may regret it too when he's in a different mindset. I have a feeling he may regret it. I was thinking that. He might. You always get that bug to create again. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's going to buy his channel. Quantum. Someone bought... Dude, there was this girl. She was actually going back and forth with like a fitness contest with the Archfiend. And like, I remember I tuned into her because she like, well, she was... well, her fake boobs, but she was like, she kind of almost had like an ASMR voice, and she used to do like cooking stuff, which was actually pretty cool. And then one day, all of a sudden, there's these like group of women and dudes working out, had nothing to do with, she sold her channel behind the scenes. And it doesn't seem like it worked out well. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because they were tuning in for that specific woman.
Action. And
I mean, whatever, man. If he's really done and he ends up getting like 6 figures for his channel, hey, cool, whatever, you know.
All that. Just for context's sake, this channel itself has over 175 million total views, like in total. I was at
like 750,000-ish subs he has.
Checked the other day, and I'm almost at 1 billion impressions. And if you're not familiar with impressions, like that's almost a billion people have seen me, have seen my thumbnails, have seen my content popping up. This is a big channel, and there's a lot of investment opportunity in this channel if somebody decides to buy it. And I've already has an offer of over 100,000. That's going to be definitely over that amount. I did an evaluation, and it came out from over between 150,000 to 230,000 in terms of the value of this channel and the brand that I built. Because like, you get the channel, if you build it correctly with the views, my views have always like fluctuated. There's some videos do good, some videos do bad. But if you know how to hit the algorithm, man, you can pop this off in such a financial way that you'll be making double what I make.
No. Because once you leave, a lot of the people that are subbed are going to leave. There's probably people unsubbing to him right now.
In a year. you know, minimum, you're already going to start making $70,000 a year if you just start creating content and you are good at it, right? So yeah, that's the state of that. If anyone who's watching this wants to put up a bid or is interested in purchasing this channel, let me know. Send me an email, link down below in the description. That's my business email. And we can talk and discuss, and I can send you analytics specifically if you want to see on this YouTube channel.
But those analytics are with you on the screen. I'm sure he's a smart dude. I'm sure he knows this. He's just not going to say it because he's looking to get out. So after the check is cleared and handed over, all right, your problem. Figure out how to get people to watch you now, because you are not me. Good luck.
And then what else?
Well, I give him credit, though. Nah, I don't think it's Phil vibes. Whatever, man. He's looking to get out. But if Phil was self-aware, this would be the speech he would be giving, too. But he's not.
Yeah. I think that's it. And this is hard, man. It's really hard, but it's something that I have to do. I need to do. I want to do. Because I just ultimately can't be what I need to be in as long as this.
Is it a financial thing, though, dude? Or can you just, like, step away? And if you ever want to come back even 10 years from now, it's still here. Yeah, to, like, you know, you could retire from it and still have it here. Mark my words, he'll be back on a different channel in like a couple years. I guarantee it.
This is my identity, you know? This is... It's not healthy for me, and that's what's most important, is I want to be healthy, and I want my family to be healthy. I want my loved ones.
I want my breasts.
Salem99 donated $15. 3 a.m. sounds good. I always willing to come on your show again, Rich. Of course money has nothing to do with it. I have plenty of stories to tell if it's a slow night. But with Phil, a slow night is never possible. Wes, I don't have $500 to send my bad.
Frickin' Wes. I appreciate you being here, man.
Ones to be healthy, and I don't want my privacy violated anymore. It's been violated so many times.
Something that's in his voice, it sounds like something really bad happened recently that he doesn't want to shed direct light on. Understandably so. Yeah, of course.
Pussy! Yes!
He resembles, I guess, a little bit. Yeah, I could see it.
That I just can't deal with it anymore, especially
Terrence, I appreciate you. I appreciate your bitching all the time.
now that I no longer have my walls up. I'm no longer thick-skinned, as you would call it. Everything affects me in a really, really big way now. And I can't do YouTube as if everything affects me, because I'm just going to spiral down, and I know that. So I'm going to be...
Didn't he just break up with a girl, too? I'm sure it sounds like there's a mixture of things.
Continue creating content. And
I'm pretty sure he put up, and I'm not, like, airing out dirty laundry. I'm pretty sure he put up a post about it.
2024, I do want to let you guys know that. So I have another video coming out next week. I have videos planned for January. I have videos planned until March, technically. March, April,
No, they broke up.
May.
I'm pretty sure.
But we'll see, you know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Everything's in a weird state right now.
Yeah, there was some legal shit, too. Yeah, there has to be, I'm sure, which is none of my business, but something behind the scenes tied into that where he was just like, this, fuck it.
If the channel doesn't sell, then at the end of the day, I'll just leave everything up and stop creating content altogether. And you just... videos will just stop being uploaded, I guess, is what you could...
Which is what you should do, unless you're going to get like $250,000 for it. If you really hate it that much, and someone wants to give you like $250K, which I still think is lowball over time. But that's with you making the content. But if you're stupid enough to buy it, I would be like, I don't even know, man. It would have to be like for someone to buy ReviewTechUSA. I know I don't get big numbers. I mean, when I upload consistently, I do pretty well. But you got to give me like $1 million up front. And even then, I would be like, all the shit I work for, you're just going to take it? Nah, I'm good. I'd rather take a break. Dude, it'd have to be at least $1 million. At least.
That's the way I can describe it. I don't know. But.
And even then, I probably wouldn't do it. I'd rather start uploading more evergreen content and just build that and build that and build that, where that will make me money over time. Why would I sell after putting all those hours in? After putting, I need to take a break, I take a break. No, Critical's channel. You better sell that shit for like $50 million if you ever sold it. Well, Charlie is wildly successful. So my channel is worth probably what he makes in a month, but I still, like I said, I wouldn't sell. Why? It's YouTube. Just change your content. You know what I mean? Scored a 1 terabyte Steam Deck and offer up practically new. Just playing emulator is kind of iffy on downloading full price games after watching. I'm not too concerned about it as a person who's used Valve or... Oh no, Shoe Nice is following me on fucking Twitter. I did follow him first, admittedly. I did follow him first. It's actually a good deal. So someone modded it and put 1 terabyte in it. It's not the OLED, I'm assuming. Kim Jong Burnell, get $250K and spend it on hookers. Yeah, no thank you. But yeah, even if it's like, so $1 million after taxes, someone's like, I'll give you enough that after you give your chunk to the government, you walk away with $1 million in your pocket. No, I'm good. I can make this channel like with evergreen content and something I'm proud of that I've worked for years to build up. I'd rather just keep it. You know, I don't know. I personally feel, Dan, that you will regret this. If you want to even step away permanently, step away permanently. But keep it for you. Yeah, I heard the Z1 is actually less powerful in the graphics department than the Steam Deck, though. That's why I've been telling people spend the extra and get the Z1 Extreme. Call Jay, Keemstar is lactating. Anyway, what did someone say to me? There was something interesting. Maybe I will get him on here and talk about it. He's just ending his video. So let's Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. That'll get us to 3 a.m. easily. And I'll have a lot to say about it.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and it's been a wild month this month, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like every time around this moment in the year, I always work with another beloved YouTuber about...
Yeah, I've read reviews on the cheaper ROG Ally, and it's actually... the Steam Deck outperforms it. It's not a good buy. You're better off saving for a little bit and getting the more expensive one, or getting a Steam Deck, quite frankly. OLED if you can afford it. Or, if you can't, they're having like a fire sale of the other ones right now. Great prices for those. Oh, for 50 million, yeah, I'd sell my channel. And then I would, and you know why? Because then at that point, I would have the money to do something else in the entertainment business. And I would maybe just go to Twitch or something. You know what I'm saying? And be creative. And then I would use that to focus even more on music because I would have more time. And it'd be nice because all three of my kids, because I would invest, it would never have to work a day in their life. I would still make them grow up to be good people and humble people, but yeah, Wes, 50 million in my bank account now, please. Thank you. But the thing is, all the what ifs aside, buying someone's channel is stupid. It's dumb. I hope you get a good deal, Daniel. I'm not saying it for you. Because Ask Jay, we were talking about it with what killed off 3 kilobytes. Because it was 3 kilobytes, 3 human beings. It's not that Jay's not talented. It's not that Jay's not funny. But it's just people tuned in for that was the entire product. And once that product wasn't there, no one tuned in anymore. So there's a perfect example. So buying a channel is dumb. If anyone out here has like thick pockets or bottomless pockets, don't do it. Just give me the money and I'll just take it. I'll take your money. Thank you. He's right. I am becoming Phil. All kidding aside, it's a very bad decision if you ever think that buying someone else's channel will help you. It's almost guaranteed that it won't. How much for one night with Sexy Coke? I don't know how much my ass could handle.
A situation regarding financial kerfuffles, okay? I remember it was literally around this year. We were doing like Save the Kids. We were doing Rubet investigations.
Oh,
and
God,
if you've been
Save
following
the
my
Kids,
channel,
crypto.
you've noticed that I've covered Gerard the Completionist and his associated charity foundation, the Open Hand Foundation. So to give you an idea, to recap the story, me and Carl Jobs, another YouTuber, 2 weeks ago started looking into the public 990 PF tax filings of the Open Hand Foundation. We found a glaring discrepancy, which according to those tax filings, the total money they contributed was a whopping goose egg, $0, okay? While holding on to, according to their accounts, $650,000 and above. So just a little over. Now, of course, the Open Hand Foundation is a family charitable organization built in the honor of Karen Khalil, which is the late mother of the YouTuber known as The Completionist, also known as Gerard Khalil. So we interviewed Gerard in our initial video drops, where we obtained his side of the story, because that's just how you do journalism. So in this situation, Gerard even told us that the money is still currently in an account.
To answer your question, Carl, I don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my f*** up.
He sounds like a very nervous man.
I have personally donated to AFTD and Alzheimer's Association over the years, and that's where, again, I assumed the money was going there to support them as we were talking negotiations about working with them. I don't really have a true answer for that, and that's on me completely, and I will own up to that. But, you know, again, it doesn't matter. You guys are going to say what you're going to say, and I can't stop it. But the important thing is that all the money is still in the account. None of it's spent erroneously. It's all above board. Like, it's not hiding in a Cayman account or anything like that.
What did we play yesterday? What did I buy? I bought shit. I bought that stupid fucking Tecmo game. It was kind of fun, but weird, too. Well, I had Trey Pang. And I bought Teardown even though it was on PSN because I wanted to support the devs. Trey Pang I had. God, that's so fun. I should just make a stream with Jay where we play Walking Dead Destinies.
And that's the thing about 501Cs is that, like, if I did any of that, the minute I did any malpractice of that nature, literally the government would be like, hey, we're coming after you. And
oh, that's not true. People get away with shit for years, dude. There's a lot of people in this country, and the IRS cannot keep an eye on everybody. And they just turn a blind eye to billionaires because they're bought. But
that's, you know, at least legally speaking, everything's above board. And I understand that the question isn't so much legality and so much more about morality and, you know.
All right, listen. Yeah, I agree with you, Terrence, on the co-op stream. Let's talk right now. Listen, fuck me in bed. Let's do the Fear 3 co-op stream tomorrow. We'll get a video up, do the Fear 3 co-op stream, so we could get that done, record it, naked. We'll play naked. Let me know. Yeah, Larry really left Jay a message. That's how we talk.
You know, me advertising this event and showing people sponsors and all that stuff.
Yeah, because your dad's a very good, and that's why your dad is very well paid, which in turn benefits me. I think you could do co-op still, like if I have it on my Xbox, Jay, it's going to have to be the... It's weird, they made it that Fear 1, they made... Actually, it's arguable that playing Fear 1 on the Xbox is kind of the best way to play. Because on PC, it's a little decrepit now because it's so old, and you can get mods that fix a lot of the shit, but still. Fear 3... They have a 60 FPS mode, like Fear 1 has. Fear 2 is also 60 FPS. If you play it on the Xbox, it's just uncapped, so it just goes up to 60 FPS. But Fear 3, if you play it at 60 FPS, it has like this weird stutter. It's bad. So you gotta play it at 30 or the game fucking runs like shit. Anyway. The only place to buy mini disc players right now is eBay. It's a jungle out there. Good luck. Because here's the thing, even people, I ended up just buying, which I'm enjoying it, but I don't recommend tapes for anybody, especially if you're a 20-something. I ended up buying a new Tascam cassette deck because I was so fucking tired of all these 100% rating eBayers that restore the tape decks. They weren't fucking restored or working properly. They were shit. So, just, I mean, obviously the seller rating is important. Look at their reviews and just good luck because it still means fuck all in the end.
He even confirmed that he had no idea the money was donated since at least 2022.
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me proactively go about it. Like,
do you know when that point was?
I was made aware in 2021 where the money hadn't moved yet. Okay. And that's what made me go, that's not cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it. And
did anyone...
2021, last year, 2022.
Yeah, did anyone tell you that the money was going somewhere before then? Were you being misled?
No. No one told me anything. I assumed that it was all going to a charity, and I assumed incorrectly.
And in 2023, he actually held the Indieland event again and started naming charities. In fact, he made it pretty much a common identity that they were going to do whatever they can to donate this money to charities and make sure that the money given to them year over year was going to fight dementia and help assist in its research.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been...
Jesus, if this ends up that all chips fall, that he was doing something criminal and using charities in the name of his mom who suffered through dementia, I have no words. Holy shit. That's on another level of scummy, if everything is true. Which, unfortunately, right now, it seems like it is. This may be one of the worst scandals I've seen. Someone always surprises me, man.
And impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
Do our own version of that every year and kind of make it a cool celebration of games and raise money for charity. And so he was like, I wish we had a charity that we could donate to. And I was like, oh, I run my own charity called the Open Hand Foundation, and all the money that we aggregate. I started it when I was a young boy with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia. And so we just every year we try and raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco,
their hands are
Association
open.
for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board, and he was like, it'd be really cool if we did a show all about raising money for people who are making huge headways in dementia research and prevention and all that stuff. And I said, yeah, I'd love to. We have the organization to do it. We just, need to come up with a theme. And so,
yeah, we're gonna have it probably next year. No promises, but so for those of you guys who don't know, we had a show last year, and it went great, but it was very expensive, and TOBG covered the cost of it. But we have kind of a rule of we want to make sure that as we do charity events that we're not costing the charity organization or really anyone outside of our awesome sponsors. The guys at FlyQuest who've been so supportive, we want to make sure that the money that we do raise actually goes to charity and is spent properly. And so, surprise, surprise, hosting.
Wow. You weren't ignorant about this. You're sitting here giving this whole spiel, and that money's just, oh my God. How can there not be something up? I can't even fathom what he could get out of this with that would truly exonerate him at this point.
A convention-like event is very expensive.
Well, in reality, the money was never donated. It sat in an account losing.
Salin99 donated $15.
Breasts.
Jorard, I am sorry. But what the fuck?
Yeah, I have no words, man.
Its value to inflation, and of course, research was lost over time because it never got paid to be done. So again, what we happened over here, initially looking into it, was the organization in writing even told us that they were actively looking for benefactors. So you cannot go on a charity live stream like Indieland and claim and misrepresent that your organization in the public view is working or, getting in touch with some of these named charity organizations, while at the back end, you write to us and tell us that you're still looking for actual benefactors. Again, misleading statements, and it can constitute charity fraud in the public eye. If somebody goes out there in the public eye and tells you, hey, we're working with so and so, but you were just trying to find a charity to donate to all this time, that is basically a false statement. You are misleading people in the public, and that's where charity fraud
to let them think that the money is actively going somewhere. He's right.
Gets into the mix. So again, since we made those videos, me and my update video, there was no public statement from either the Khalil family, Gerard, or even their lawyers sending out any correspondence to properly address this matter. So with each passing day, all the community can do is wonder, is the money even in the Open Hand Holdings account to begin with? Will it be donated to the charities that were name dropped on live streams and podcasts? And will it happen soon? These are the questions we ask. So yesterday, or maybe the day before, depending on how quick I can get this out and how vetted I can get all this information, my co-investigator, Carl Jobst, had released an update video where he dove further into what he now claims is
hello, you absolute legends.
A scam.
I don't know. I had an urge.
Carl showed another event in the purview of the Open Hand Foundation, the Convenience Cup Challenge, which is hosted by Power Buying Dealers West. PBDWest.com, a company founded by Charles Khalil, Gerard's father, the man currently behind the books, the president of the actual organization, listed according to their public filings. This was obtained from the state of California's versions of their public filings. So again, ladies and gentlemen, looking further into it, I briefly mentioned the Convenience Cup Challenge in my second update video regarding this topic. And it was the only other listed event next to the Indieland event out there. So again...
God, if he's like embezzling money with his dad, holy fuck. Under the guise of his mom being sick, so they wanted to donate to charity. This is like... If this all ends up being accurate, which it doesn't look good right now. Wow.
Again, to understand, Indieland was raising money for the Open Hand Foundation. And PBD West has also been raising...
I am sure Legal Eagle is writing a script with his script writers right now. He'd be insane not to be. I guarantee it.
Money for, as you can guess it, the Open Hand Foundation. If you go to their...
Crispin, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, God. Why are people retarded? Yeah.
Actual website right now, ladies and gentlemen, the actual page in this case, you can find out that PBD West Convenience Cup, if you look into their pricing tiers for their sponsors, in the bottom right, you can see check payment to, basically write a check to the Open Hand Foundation. And of course, I'm going to block out the address and the numbers so I don't get privacy guideline strikes on my channel. But the idea here is you write checks to the Open Hand Foundation. So again, the money should be going to the Open Hand. So to understand...
like someone said, their hands are open, all right?
If you watched Carl's video yesterday, you'd probably realize that what appears on the surface is that there is a pretty glaring discrepancy in the revenue that is reported. It seems that the Open Hand Foundation may be underreporting their actual money, okay? Because there are more multiple sources, and it seems not all the money is properly accounted for. So what do I mean by that? It appears that when we look at the public filings, yet again, the money that they raise doesn't actually factor the golf tournaments. So especially towards the...
How do you think that someone's not going to catch that, too?
Years of 2019 and beyond. So let's get down into...
It's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. Oh, man. If the IRS wasn't flagged before, now they're like... Oh, really? If this is all you think his YouTube channel... Yeah, you'll be absolutely... Dude, if this is all true, which... Like, if there's no reasonable excuse as to why this happened, and he did this... under the guise of because his mother died of dementia. What, like, think about the level of horrible.
Salem99 donated $15. Gerard, seriously. One for me, one for my hooker. Sorry, one for me, one for my non-existent charity.
Dude, yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, this is a new low. Your mom's fatal illness, you're going to use as set up a ruse of a foundation to get donations to just benefit from. And then you're having these golf tournaments where fucking companies and corporations are giving you tens of thousands of dollars that total up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're not reporting it. This is like a new level of you should be banned. If it's all accurate again. And yeah, obviously, even if YouTube doesn't ban him, his career is fucking toast.
do it, okay? So throughout the various years when they hold this event, you can look at various photo streams going all the way back to like 2014, where they actually have some pretty large sponsors like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Monster. You can see their actual main corporate logos dropped right on there, big brands. And what you can actually see here is various tiers that they have isolated these systems by. Now, according to their website, once again, if we look at the pricing for these tiers, you can see that sponsors can place their branding if they pay $10,000, $8,000.
You're pissing in your basement. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
$7,500, $6,500, sometimes as low as $300 if you can't make it, but you just want to support these guys. You can have your corporate logo prominently displayed on course signage and the sponsor board. So again, ladies and gentlemen, it's just sponsors who basically pay to have this event running, and they write their checks to the Open Hand Foundation. And this isn't even including the raffles that are apparently listed on these foundations and various other sources of revenues, such as ticket sales. And again, this money should be reflected in the actual accounting, because when we looked closer, it actually appears that the only sources of funding that appear are the Tiltify earnings for Indieland and actual donations and grants from recognizable private exempt parties, which we'll look into real quick right now. So when we looked into the actual filings and we looked into this event itself and those various photo streams where we saw all those sponsors and tiers listed, unfortunately, adding those figures up, we don't actually see it accurately reflected in the public filings, which, ladies and gentlemen, might I remind you, is not necessarily legal, okay? To understand, if all the money isn't accounted for in a charity when you are raising money for the charity, the government
It's called tax evasion, 100%.
considers that to be illegal. That can be fraudulent. That could be embezzlement. That could be mishandling of funds, which is a severe illegal no-no. So again, ladies and gentlemen, to understand why this money doesn't appear in the revenue sections for all of these filings accordingly is actually pretty alarming. And to understand, Open Hand actually does claim expenses for that golf tournament as well. In 2023, according to their expense sheet, they listed golf fundraiser expenses for $5,236, showing a direct expense relationship to these events. So another revenue source. So okay, I'm flashbanging you with a lot of information, but to understand, now we have to look at the revenues that are added up once again in these filings. Because now there's actually 4 key sources of revenue we have to take account of in order to get the full picture of this situation. One of them is obviously the Indieland raising expenses. So to understand Indie
Don't know if he's on their radar. You got to realize that, like, even though what he did is fucking terrible and he should be on their radar, like what happened with like FTX and SafeMoon and that weird dude with the hair and his ugly ass girlfriend, that was billions of dollars.
Indieland happened since 2018. And with Indieland, according to 2018 and 2019, there were some specific dollar amounts. So according in 2018, there was an amount of like $50,000. And
I would be shocked if he wasn't audited now, though.
And when it came to 2019, there was obviously preliminary earnings based on this tweet of around $100,000. Of course, any amount after that isn't given into its specifics like these 2 years, where the only money that we have to go off of, you know, on the record is from Tiltify. So if you go to Tiltify, they actually have these campaigns still up. You can view how much was raised. And of course, according to one of the event coordinators, Michael Barrett, you can actually see that this amount isn't necessarily, in some cases, the full accounting. Because according to Michael, there's also merch sales. There's also, you know, earnings from YouTube, you know, subscriptions, super chats, Twitch bits, donations, so on and so forth. That also has to get added into the accounting. But remember, these are all separate earning pools from Indieland. The Tiltify campaign does not include what would be earned on YouTube or Twitch. That's for Gerard to, you know, make public to the audience and tell them exactly how much money was raised, and then add that to the Open Hand revenue. or I guess directly donated. But we know it's not donated because if it was donated, especially those YouTube and Twitch bits, how can you donate those to a charity but then not donate the rest of the money that was amassed in the Open Hand Foundation? Doesn't exactly make sense that way, and it's logical to conclude that that money is also probably still sitting in limbo, but it is unaccounted for. For instance, if you look at the indie...
I just realized, why am I staring at space right now? why am I staring at blurry space? My eyes are going to go Only thing I can really think is he trusted the father with the charity stuff and now is just stalling for time to think on what to do. Maybe. Still sketchy. I asked my father what potential repercussions he's legitimately qualified from NYU to answer. Yeah, dude, please do. 100%.
Land Tiltify campaigns, you can see that they raise $80,000, right? Like something around there. And yes, there are
back to
penalties,
blurry outer space.
depending on if you use PayPal or Stripe or variations of their payment services, the penalties or processing fees can vary. According to Tiltify, you could, in the worst scenario, face up to 5% processing fees from Tiltify. I'm going to be more charitable than Open Hand and just apply the 5% penalty to their Tiltify campaign. So roughly, if you're looking at 80,000, you're looking at around $4,000 of processing fees. But we'll get into the specifics in a little bit. So to understand, that's one pillar of revenue making right there. Now, the second actual revenue source in this situation is the actress known as Jamie Lee Curtis. Now, you've probably seen Jamie Lee Curtis on the IndieLand streams, but Jamie Lee Curtis also runs her own charitable organization known as the Syzygy Foundation, whose filings are, as you can imagine, publicly available. So, with publicly available filings, yours truly decided to look at all of her filings, and I found that since 2018, she was actually sending money to the Open Hand Foundation. So for instance, this is the Syzygy Foundation right here, and you can see that on their actual key employees, you can see Jamie Lee Curtis Guest, Christopher Guest mentioned over here as the actual key employees. And inside here, Control F, we're gonna type in Open Hand. Whoa, look at that, boys. The Open Hand Foundation in the name of Karen Khalil. Now here you can see in 2018, she gave $20,000 to this as a charitable grant. Now, of course, this is again all public record. These are grants and contribution paid during the year or approved for future payment. And again,
breasts.
But you'll end up getting entered by
Phelan
a hairy
99
man.
donated
Jesus,
$15. OF*****. No. This is too close to chest for Gerard to not know what's going on.
Yeah.
God, it feels that way at least.
Yeah, I agree. Like, how can you not, with this much money floating around, to not be aware of at least something? I mean, I don't see how his YouTube career could come back after this. This isn't like a little oopsie. This isn't like Pro Jared wearing a Sailor Moon outfit with his erection out. And I've seen it. Oh, God, kill me. This is really bad.
And if you go to the year 2019, again, Control F, Open Hand. Whoa, right here, charitable.
Yeah, well, of course, especially, dude, if you're doing this, if you're, like, embezzling money and not reporting tens or if not hundreds of thousands of dollars and getting it for under the guise of it being charitable, oh, no.
Donation of $10,000. So
it hits different than Onision saying that, like, his entire house was a tax write-off. They'll work out a payment plan for that, but if you're really being malicious like this and saying, hey guys, we're doing this for charity for something my mom passed away from, but no, we're keeping the money and we're pocketing it in some weird way, no, you'll do jail time.
So again, if you go to 2020,
they're very fairly lenient, because here's the thing, the IRS rather have you working, because if you owe money, you can't really pay it back if you're in prison. So it's like, all right, we rather get you were going to get back with interest too, so they end up profiting even more. But there's certain things where it's like, this is one of them.
You type in open hand, you'll find, whoa, $45,000 this year sent over in the name of Karen Khalil. So 2021, there's another donation as well too, and you can guess it. She sends the Open Hand Foundation $25,000. And of course, 2022, because why not, she sends, believe it or not, $25,000 yet again. What's another interesting catch for me over here is for the last time we looked into the Open Hand Foundation's public filings, they list themselves as a private exempt organization.
Oh yeah, she'll fucking Jamie Lee Curtis and her, even though she's old, she still has amazing breasts, will lose her shit.
As is Jamie Lee Curtis's own Skizizi Foundation, a private foundation. So I looked into this filing from Skizizi, and they list the Open Hand Foundation as a public charity, which is interesting. What is it? Remember, there are actually key differences, and one key difference I found was actually listed on this, LLP website, this legal blog, Foley and Lardner, who wrote, "Can a private foundation make grants to organizations other than public charities?" And it's true. Private foundations may choose to make a grant to organizations other than a public charity. For instance, the private foundation you may want to make a grant to, another private foundation, perhaps the recipient is operating a charitable activity, like Indieland, like a golf tournament, you know it, so on and so forth. But this typically means that if a private foundation is making to a grant other than a public charity, it can. Technically, grants to entities other than public charities are taxable expenditures and are subject to a dreaded excise tax. However, a private foundation can make a grant to any organization for bona fide section charitable purposes as long as it engages in expenditure responsibility. So in this case, expenditure responsibility means...
This is too much math-like shit for me. I'll finish watching it, but I'm like, all right, yeah, they didn't report a shit ton of money, and it's very shady. Brain shut off.
Means that the granting private foundation must make an inquiry about the potential grant and guarantee. So again, the private foundation should have some level of diligence that the recipient would...
Why? What did Wood do? Yeah, look, I want to see where the chips fall. He's kind of going just in more detail what Carl went over. Let's see if Beat 'em Ups is streaming. I want to see. He said he was streaming about the drama. Oh. He's streaming now like a man? Oh, this is it. That.
Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on.
All right.
I started in October. Yeah, I started. Did I?
It's a nice looking set he has there. I'll give him that.
It's definitely been 2. Game Chasers. Oh, I'm here. Oh, hi. Hi. How are you? I didn't expect your text to be green. I was looking for light blue. They have a couple good songs. Isla Talk. Someone said, how would I know the words? Because I watch every second of Bush Kill. Oh.
Is this just more of his clickbait bullshit? Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, well, let's watch this. I don't know if we watch this yet. Then we'll go on to the Hbomberguy shit. What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that? Wait, hold on. Slow as possible. What is that? He looks like Jeffrey Dahmer and Rick Moranis right there. Don't do that in slow motion. And the fake bass guitar. Oh my god. Dude, yeah, she does. She looks like a younger Jennifer Tilly, straight up. Well?
Salin99 donated $15. Oh my god, James tickles me like Phil, god damn it.
Yeah, she's a pretty girl. She's very awkward on stage, though. I'm telling you, they're all theater people. 100%, absolutely guaranteed theater people. Because in theater, all the women are hot, but they're fucking crazy. Like, you're in a music video, dude. Like, you can't fix here.
It's James Best in the group here. We are Chain Music. Let's get this party happening, y'all. Here I am, walking alone. I'm singing.
Is he rapping? He's rapping. Listen, take my beat. I want James on that beat.
Myself about you when all is gone, you sparkle in my life.
Well, Blabs is a pretty girl too. I've never said anything different about her. She's just she has interesting takes.
When I see your face, you make me feel glad, happy inside. Sometimes go.
He's rapping. I want hope this autumn.
Bad feelings in me, I don't understand. Whoa, I'm crazy, feeling hazy, kind of dark and trippy, and it's all just waiting for you. In my mind, I'm sorta hasty, but if only you would face me, 'cause baby, I'm falling for you.
I can't tell if this is. I'm gonna guess he's serious. I'm gonna guess. Wood crashed on my couch and left his green card?
It's like an earthquake. Baby, I don't know what to do. Think of you all the time. I'm lost in my mind. 'Cause baby, I'm falling for you. One night I remembered a time when we were young.
It's kind of creepy though. Like, I know she's like in her like mid to late 20s. Why is she dressed like a schoolgirl? Like, what's going on here?
Just watching my life drifting away from you.
They're neither of them are great singers, admittedly.
Hazy, feeling hazy, kinda dark and drippy in a tunnel, just waiting for you.
Yes, they should watch this on Beavis and Butthead.
In my mind, I'm sort of hasty, but if only you would face me, 'cause baby, I'm falling for you. I'm lying awake, heads like an earthquake.
Oh, all right, it's almost done.
Baby, I don't know what to do. Think of you all the time, I'm lost in my mind. 'Cause baby, I'm falling for you. I'm lying awake, heads like an earthquake. Baby, I don't know what to do. Think of you all the time.
Oh, and they're harmonizing off key. No, no. Jay introduced me to this man.
I'm lost in my mind. 'Cause baby, I'm falling for you.
Boogie should sit on Jay's face. Come on, man. This isn't the best shit you heard in your life? Yo, I would so go to his concert and Channel 5 the fuck out of it. Yeah. Yo, I swear to God, this sounds like bad. Yes, it sounds like off-key J-pop. It absolutely does. All right, so let's go on a journey. Let's go on a journey. Hbomber. This man puts out a video once every 6 years, so it must be good.
$37,000. Tell us the story briefly.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his. He accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it. He was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun. Now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter. Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot cop, a commonplace trope today, and soon in real life. It wasn't the first example. The most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this, it will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs and decided to adapt it into a TV show. They pitched the idea to a few companies, including NBC, where an executive named Terry Keegan said no. They later showed Brillo to Paramount, where the head of development, Terry Keegan, he'd recently been hired there, said no. The same man passed on the same pitch twice at 2 companies. Clearly not a fan of the robot cop idea. 6 months later, Terry Keegan sold a show called...
What? You want me to do a song like him?
Future Cop to ABC. It's a show about a robot cop.
He's an android, a robot, the perfect cop.
Our boys realize they've been ripped off.
When I saw it, I wanted to file immediately. My attorney said, forget it, man. He said 90% of all plagiarism suits the plaintiff loses. Besides, these guys will kill you. You'll never work in this town again.
They spend years finding a law.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too. Yeah, your idea sucks. We're going to steal it. The new Godzilla movie's good? Okay.
Lawyer willing to sue a giant television conglomerate, despite the cost and the possibility of being blacklisted from working in television. In his deposition, Keegan claims he never read Brillo, an obvious lie. It was later discovered the memos proving he deliberately ripped them off had been burned. The jury found in favor of Ellison and Bova and awarded them $337,000 in damages, about $1.2 million today. Ellison used some of the money to put up a billboard across the street from the studio reading, "Writers, don't let them steal from you. Keep their hands out of your pockets." Or at least he said he was going to in interviews at the time, and later journalism claims it happened, but I can't find any pictures, which is a shame. Either way, they still made off with all that delicious money. Yum yum.
I've been waiting 4 years for this moment. 4 years to tell other writers they can fight them and beat them.
So, what's all that about? Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't...
Yeah, he did the video on Tommy. Ha ha ha.
One. This ain't...
Philip Uson's in this, I believe.
Ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. Oh, this always happens. Testing, 1, 2, 3. For the foreseeable future, if someone else on here steals your work for money, there's not much you can do except talk about it. A few years ago, I made a video with some examples of plagiarism and even covered a time I felt it happened to me. The guy in question, Lukey Poo, briefly posted a 10-minute response accusing me of overreacting before appearing to think better of the...
Salin99 donated $15. Rich is too much stimulation. Give me some fill noises and I'll be bringing back to center.
Be bringing back the center.
The biggest pussies on planet Earth. Pussy.
Girls.
Pussy.
Girls. Girls.
Pussy. Pussy. Oh la 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 la.
That's Mario Paint if you're an old fuck like me. That's where that song originally came from.
The whole thing and deleting this along with the video copying me.
I watched your video, went through it piece by piece, and copied it because you're such an incredible YouTuber.
Thanks, Luke. Apology accepted. He has since rebranded his channel, recognizing the irony in presenting himself as a literal piece of shit, but his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now, the only new sections being stuff about how homophobia's fine. Maybe the rebrand and was a little too soon. But no authority took Luke's video down. He could have left it up, and people often do. You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long. The fact I'm making this video during one of the biggest creative strikes in history isn't lost on me. Other people's hands have never before been this deep in the pockets of creators. We need Harlan Ellison's billboard now more than ever, but I don't know how to rent a billboard and it sounds expensive. So instead, we're going to talk about plagiarism on YouTube, what exactly it is, why it's wrong, and the many unintended side effects. Only then can we begin to talk about what to do about it, or at least what I'm going to do to try to put some of it right. I'm going to use a few relatively well-known examples you might have heard of already, and some new ones I found just for this video. I could even ruin some of your favourite YouTubers for you. Apologies in advance. So, let's start some fights.
Oh boy.
Part I. Philip.
What's going on, everyone? Thanks for clicking on the video.
Everyone's favorite.
Philip Mewson was a YouTuber who reviewed Nintendo Switch games and accessories and talked about Nintendo-related news. His videos were surprisingly well edited, and by that I mean they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even hard to do, you just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with a decent size led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th, 2018, his review of Dead Cells went up onto the official IGN YouTube channel. But then on August 7th, YouTuber Boomstick Gaming posted a video titled, "IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What do I do?" He had noticed some...
And it was like identical. It was identical.
Similarities between Philip's reviews and his own, published in late July.
Dead Cells takes a progression of a Metroidvania and integrates it into this procedurally generated action roguelite.
It takes the progression system of a Metroidvania and transforms it into a procedurally generated action roguelite.
This combat system is fast, fluid, responsive, and one of the most rewarding representations of 2D combat of the entire genre.
Fights are fast, fluid, responsive, and hands down one of the most gratifying representations of video game combat I've ever experienced.
Dead Cells
And this isn't even his most egregious. Like, there were, like, I think, NeoGAF posts or Reddit posts he just straight up copied and pasted. Oh my god. Phil is a fake LinkedIn account. Good news, I have to piss real quick. I'll be right back. With birds. This beat fits Phil's breasts. Anyway.
Figures out an intriguing way to have your roguelite and Metroidvania experience all in one by focusing on your failures and urging you to try something new the next time.
Dead Cells strikes a perfect and engaging balance between the Metroidvania
Oh, Boomstick Gaming actually helped me get started in Elden Ring. Shout out to him.
and roguelite experiences by focusing on your failures and urging you to experiment each time you do fail.
Dead Cells only falters slightly with some repetition setting in, especially on the early areas and during longer play sessions.
Dead Cells does falter slightly with some repetition, but it's only felt in its earlier areas and during extended play sessions.
Speaking of repetition, oh my god, the review was taken down while IGN investigated the issue further, and then later that day confirmed he had been let go from the company. But was this the first time Philip had done this? Catching someone doing plagiarism is difficult. Someone has to notice the theft, which means having also seen the copied work. And if it's anything obscure, that's quite unlikely. If you catch someone plagiarizing once, chances are they rolled those dice a few times before and hadn't been unlucky yet. People started looking through his other reviews in case there was more. Over at Kotaku, Jason Schreier's article on the firing was updated to mention an anonymous tip, pointing out similarities between Philip's review of FIFA 18 on the Switch and the one on Nintendo Life by Chris Scullion. Philip's review was made for his personal channel before he was
Why I'm scrubbing, I thought I saw Ass Mangold in here.
Even hired at IGN, meaning he'd been doing this for a while. Scullion himself would later post a video comparing his review with Philip's, showing off the many similarities, and I'll link that in the description. But I want to zoom in on my favorite example. Philip tries to hide what he's doing by
Ass Mangold.
Changing words around, and he does it really badly. In his article, Chris says compared to the non-Switch versions, the graphics are a good deal less detailed. Here's Philip's version.
However,
what cutscenes and other close-up reveal the character models are good deal less detailed than their Xbox.
when you get up close and get a good look at some of the character models, it's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less
I'm not sure, man.
detail than the Xbox One and PS4 versions of the game do.
It's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail. No one would ever write that sentence on purpose. You only create that.
So he copied him and he copied the grammatical errors. Oh, dude, you're fucked. It's over. But I'm telling you though, that's nothing, man.
By trying to change something you stole. There's a great example here of the deeper problems that plagiarism can cause. Philip's review contains false information. For example, here when he talks about the game's Women's League feature.
I hate Phil, aka Greedy Pit Timmy from Comcast. Oh no.
FIFA 18 comes with the standard tournament and kickoff modes, as well as the Women's League, which was officially introduced in FIFA 16.
Oh yeah, Phil Fish. Good old Phil Fish. Fun fact, he works for Analog. So look, he's a talented guy. The way I lost my mind on him, even though he was a dick back in the day, I would have handled that differently. But he should have handled things differently too. So there's that.
There are no women's leagues in FIFA 18. There's women's football, but leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance techniques caused him to reword a sentence so badly that he invented a feature that doesn't exist. While these discoveries were being made, Philip made the decision to record and post an infamous, quickly deleted video onto his channel entitled My Response. Not an apology, a response.
Oh my god, I remember this. And yeah, he did. The number one thing you're not supposed to do is the... I hate those.
Philip denied everything, took no responsibility, and told numerous lies in this video. At the time, this was criticized.
Well, even with me being up till 3 obby, that ain't gonna happen. I don't know. Maybe we'll watch some of it, then maybe I'll game, so there'll be 100 people here.
Heavily by everyone for obvious reasons. But looking back on it while trying to understand this kind of behavior, it's actually really useful. This is worth looking at in a discussion of plagiarism because by being so poorly thought out, it's...
Every apology. Why am I yawning? I'm actually really not that, like, on a scale of 1 to 10 with tiredness, I'm like a 1.5. Yeah, I hate that because it's so disingenuous. Come on, dude.
It's actually a valuable insight into how people react when they're caught, and the different ways they try to cover their ass. When someone more competent than Philip uses these techniques in a subtler way, we can recognize them for what they are. Thanks, Philip.
There were a lot of circumstances surrounding it, but at the end of the day, I was the editorial lead on it, so if anything, that makes it my responsibility.
He claims there was a complicated process to making the review with...
Like when the CSGO Lotto bullshit was going on with T. Martin and Syndicate. When he came out with a video petting his dog and he went... And of course he had the dog. Oh, look, I'm human. I'm petting a dog. It's like, oh my god, the tropes.
With lots of circumstances, the point is to make you wonder what really happened, so you forget what happened. Another way of doing this is to be passive about the events, so it's almost like they happened to him instead of being something he did.
Like I said, I take full responsibility for what happened with the Dead Cells review.
Philip doesn't say, I take responsibility for what I did with my review. He passively takes responsibility for what happened with the review. When someone tries to use language to imply what they did happened by magic, they make it pretty clear they're trying to deceive you.
I try to look at all resources that I have available to me before I start formulating.
I remember when I was younger on book reports, when you got to choose a book, I made up the story because I didn't want to read it. It was, hey, if you got away with it.
My own critical opinions so that I can offer the most cohesive possible review. The bottom line is that what happened with the Dead Cells review was not at all intentional.
Even if whatever happened, it was an honest mistake of some kind. But the problem is, honest mistakes are easy to explain. Dishonest mistakes leave proof behind. Philip didn't unintentionally write a very similar review because he watched another one. He copied their words exactly and changed some of them to try to hide it. Hearing Philip try to pretend this isn't what he did means we're not just dealing with a plagiarist, we're dealing with a liar who has more to hide. Philip's next lie was he had nothing more to hide.
I was lucky enough to get noticed on IGN through my YouTube channel, which, if in case you're wondering, is in fact all of my own original work.
A truly amazing defense there. Even if it did happen, which it didn't, it only didn't happen once. But the goal is to preserve what's left of your reputation by getting people to stop looking for more. This behavior goes hand in hand with a special anger directed at the people who are looking.
Yeah, and it's a Streisand effect because of course they're going to look for more. Even if he apologized and didn't do this stupid fucking video, you didn't think that everyone was going to sniff every fart he let out, and they did, and he did even worse shit.
So you can keep looking, Kotaku, and please let me know if you find anything. Which, by the way, their news editor, Jason Schreier, tried to imply that my FIFA 18 review was also inauthentic by claiming that I copied it from Nintendo Life, and that's just so not the case. I mean, maybe he was implying that if you have similarly opinionated reviews, then you're just plagiarizing, or maybe he's just trying to get as many clicks off of my name right now as possible, or maybe...
God, what an arrogant fuck. I forgot how, like, awful this video was.
He just likes kicking people when they're down. I don't know. I mean, check it out for yourselves and you be the judge.
He's referring to how Jason updated his article to include that anonymous tip. Philip accuses him of deliberately attacking him for attention by reporting what he has done. The section about how absurd it is to suggest he copied Scullion's FIFA review is probably why Scullion made his video in the first place. It begins by showing this clip. Bit of an own goal there. By the way, Philip, that's a football pun. Philip is using the reporting on him as a bid to gain sympathy. Yeah, I did something bad, but really, the bad guys are the people trying to see what else I did. Not me, the guy who did all of it. This
sounds like someone else we know.
I'm not gonna put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
Tactic takes a more direct form.
But one thing that I do know is that it's not very fun being the target of a gigantic lynch mob who wants nothing more than to feed into your destruction. The amount of hate and threats that I've been receiving on social media have been pretty staggering. And I get it. I mean, people are mad.
Oh, okay. Now I understand what you're saying, Susha. My apologies.
Mad, and rightfully so. But it's one thing to go and harass me, berate me with hateful words and threats.
Oh, thank you.
And it's a whole other thing to look up my family members and spread hateful comments on theirs.
It's always It's the narcissist playbook. I'm the victim. I'm the victim, even though I did something wrong.
Social media accounts. It's just not okay. I mean, not on any level.
Obviously, no one deserves to have their family members threatened over their plagiarism, and there is a valid conversation to be had here about how we treat people who we believe to have done something wrong. And it's really unpleasant seeing someone try to weaponize that and use it as a shield against criticism. He just got done shit-talking a journalist and trying to make him the bad guy, and lying about the FIFA review. Scullion has spoken about receiving a lot of abuse from Philip's fans during this period as a direct result of Philip lying like this. Another potential reason he had to make that video.
Wait,
if
he
you
had
talk
actual-
about harassment
He had actual fans? Oh, okay.
without being cognizant of the harm you are causing to others right now, you clearly don't give a shit about the problem you just brought up. Philip really didn't help his case by making a Columbo villain bet you can't prove it speech. You can keep looking, Kotaku was an especially silly thing to say, since obviously people did keep looking. Many more examples came to light. His Fire Emblem Warriors video was mostly reworded from one on Nintendo Wire.
Decimating mobs upon mobs of enemies with the simplest of combos, and tearing through forts and mini-bosses with some of the most flashiest and stylistic special attacks.
Most flashiest? His Samus Returns review was stolen from Engadget, and his Bayonetta 2 review from Polygon, and Jason Schreier seemed weirdly invested in reporting on all of it. In several videos, Philip just copied text directly from Wikipedia or other related wikis.
Super Mario Odyssey's theme is highly focused on
I told you. And I wonder if he talks about the Neo gap.
surprises and travel.
And the developers incorporated many of their travel experiences around the world. For instance, elements of the Sand Kingdom were derived from Kento Matakuro's experience during a trip to Mexico, and the Luncheon Kingdom's food aesthetics were inspired by Italy and other European countries.
The developers recognize that when traveling to foreign countries, something that really has an impact is the different currencies.
All of my own original work.
On October 10th, the apology video disappeared, along with 901,000 views worth of other videos from Philip's channel. For a
Gee, who else did that?
Breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it, breastfeed it.
small YouTuber, this means a lot of videos getting privated or deleted all at once. This is actually another important tactic that plagiarists use, to try and hide as much of the evidence as possible. Philip has successfully hidden the extent of what he actually stole in his YouTube videos. Many of Philip's videos are now considered lost media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos showcasing it, but not as actual copies that you can watch. This is obviously no big loss, but it sucks for me that there's not many archived copies of some of these videos because, like, now I have nothing to cut to as reference footage. It's just, now I just have to stand on my set and talk to you. His article about Octopath Traveler is a fucking doozy. It steals a bunch of shit directly from Jeremy Parish's review at Polygon. And let me just say, buddy, if you can barely string a sentence together, people are gonna know something's up when you're suddenly using words like extrudes. When this was discovered, Parish tweeted, "Dang, I got extruded right into the middle of a scandal," which is probably the funniest thing to come out of all this. But that's not the only thing he stole for this one article. It also plagiarized one of his co-workers at IGN. Words from Seth Macy's video review of the game made it in too. Here's some clips from Macy's video.
Both its battle system and aesthetics pay loving tribute to the Super NES era, while this isn't merely a modern retread of past classics, but a phenomenal homage with genuinely fresh ideas and a fantastically charming wrapper of old school meets new.
Seth was especially shocked by this, it seems like, and it's not hard to imagine why. To take
Wait, what's going on here? Hold on. Rich, you need to stop lying about physical games. You use Does It Play as a source. And they've constantly proven you wrong about this. Not saying that there aren't physical copies that aren't complete on the disc, or there's like Resident Evil Revelations Collection on the Switch that you have to download games. They're not the exceptions. It happens enough now. Every game you put in, you have to download gigabytes upon gigabytes of updates. What the fuck is this about? When did I use them as a source? I didn't source them in today's video. When did I... Hold on a second. Are they going to make me watch my own video? And then you wonder why I fear an all-digital future, which is already here. Here we are. So go out and buy physical media and think that you're not supporting a digital future. Go try to play any of them. They're not trolls. Does it play as a troll? No, it's not. And here's the thing. Watch this shit. Here, I'll prove this. Why do you think I brought this up? Where the fuck is it now? Does it play? Right here. They're real. And let me show you one else. Why can't I show who liked this? What the fuck? I don't want to like my own tweet. Why could I do it on my phone and not here? They like this. They think I'm misrepresenting them. That's not okay. I'll show it here. Why the fuck they don't let you see on desktop? That's what they took away a feature? Here, I'll show it here then, because they're fucking ridiculous. No quotes yet. Why can't I? Stop lying. Who's lying? Look, here it is. Does it play? Here. 2 likes. Does it play liked it? So, what am I misrepresenting? Does it play? Those games without updates. We're screwed either way. Let's get into it. Skibbity dip dip dip. Don't make it flip, but make it drip in my butthole. Skibbity up and that up. So, if this story sounds like I've told it before, you can't see it because, of course, you can't see it because now I'm gonna be pissed off. Now I don't make it like I'm fucking lying in my videos. Fuck you. Get your heads out of your fucking asses. Here. Just to show that I'm not just getting baited by a troll. Rich, you need to stop lying blah 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 about does it play as a source. And look, does it play? They liked it. So they think I'm lying about them and misrepresenting them. I have, but it was for a different set of movies and TV. They say I'm lying about how but the games are still incomplete if you have to download 20 fucking gigabytes to play them. There's obviously things that are broken in the games, you fucking uptight snobs. TV shows that Sony took. So, what's a game you have to download? Name a game, does it play, that you get from the store that there is not a multi-gigabyte update for. Go right now and get me one. That's from this current generation. Name one. I'll wait. Don't call, like, you could disagree with me. You could get pissed off at me. That's fine. Don't call me a fucking liar. Fuck you. You would think, I understand there's things in TOS, but you would think that movies and television shows that you bought, that you spent money on, to actually own digitally, okay? You would think that you would have the right to access them. Like if I buy a movie on YouTube. Yeah, I know that, but I can't use that one. It's an exception. I get like their whole thing is preservation, so they want to keep the physical around. You could be in denial about it, but I will pay you to get any single fucking game from the store that doesn't have a multi-gigabyte update. I'll pay them $2,000. $2,000. Get a game from the store, does it play, that doesn't require an update. I would be like, hey, I could go 5 years from now and watch that movie. You know there's things in the TOS that may say otherwise, but you think because you... But why do you need to... Here, all right, I'll change it so you can see me. Spent $20 on this movie. Like, look, you own it. What? They're gonna... Oh, look, I found an indie game. It doesn't have an update. That's what they'll do. All right, let me... A AAA game. Hold on. Because they'll find a game that's a megabyte big. A triple current gen game that's AAA that you could just pop the disc in and it doesn't have a multi-gigabyte download. It's like they wouldn't be nuts and take it away from you since they already took your money and profited off of you from purchasing it, right? Not that they can play, that they don't have a major update that fix flaws that the game has that's printed on the disc. I'm not saying there isn't games that won't play. This happened actually last year, and it just happened again. Let me tell you the previous story, then we'll get into the new one. Now, this actually happened to Mario Wonder, okay, and Austrian customers. This is the notice that PlayStation posted summer of last year. As of August 31st, 2022, due to our evolving licensing agreements with content providers, you will no longer be able to view your previously purchased Studio Canal content, and it will be removed from your video library. This isn't like you're citing... Yeah, wow, a Nintendo first-party game that's a 2D. So, all right. So, they could... up for Apple Music or Netflix. And I should have shut my mouth. Of course, the most gray area got you has been put out to me. You know, stuff comes and goes, fine, whatever. This is stuff like I purchased this movie and spent money. But not saying playable without an update. Not saying that means that you still have to get updates to make the game run optimally. Money on this movie. I want to watch it and have it so I could watch it whenever I want to. And they were like, yeah, no, we lost our licensing. We had a licensing fallout with Sony, so sucks for you. Now, if you're not sure who Studio Canal is, some big films that people in Germany and Austria purchased that were getting removed were Lionsgate movies such as The Hunger Games, John Wick series, and Saw. So my point being is that it wasn't just like obscure indie films that were going away. I'm waiting for where I mention them. I'm not gonna say anything until I mention movies that people purchase, probably want to watch over and over again. And even though they got your money and you spent the money to be able to watch them whenever you wanted to, licensing agreements, even though we profited from you, we're pulling them anyway. And then they want people to embrace an all-digital future. But let's continue, because it happened again. Well, now, Discovery content is being pulled from the PlayStation. Oh, Candy Cane Mary Jane, go piss. Store. So if you purchase any kind of Discovery live shows from the PlayStation Store, doesn't matter, you bought... All right, could we stop with the stupid fucking Nintendo games? You know what I'm talking about? Jesus Christ. They're still taking them away. This comes right from PlayStation.com. As of the 31st December 2023, due to our content licensing arrangements with content providers, you will no longer be able to, this part amazes me, watch any of your previously purchased, I can't get over that, Discovery content, and the content will be... I don't like being called a fucking liar. I don't like being called a liar, especially by someone like them. It's not just... If it's not Bob3172136 who has one follower who just made his account, now they're saying I'm going around putting out lies about them. They're considered a credible source. Be removed from your video library. You paid for it, sucks for you. We're still taking it away because we can. We sincerely thank you for your continued support. Thank you, PlayStation Store. And then it shows a whole list of different shows here, and it's just... But you're missing the point. To get the game, what is a game that you could put in that doesn't have a huge update? What is one? Besides for Nintendo games, I guess I have to make another stipulation. I don't know. Never end. No, dude, it's not me getting triggered with ease. It's when someone like them, they're used as a source, they say I'm going around lying about them. Being a lot of it's, you know, It's not a troll. It's a credible fucking source. Jesus Christ. Do you think I would do this for someone with 3 fucking followers on Twitter? Reality TV show stuff. American Chopper you see here. American Lawman. Jesus Christ. Yes, I'm going to sit there. Hey, Bob, with 1 follower. Guess I got to call him out. List goes on and on and on. So if you enjoyed any of these series and you purchased them, guess what? You're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. And they don't care.
It's time to upgrade your tire inflator.
What?
It's not an option, but a necessity. Here's why.
They took your money, they made money off of it, and the product you purchased, they're just taking away from you because they can. You know what? I'm just pirate. I'm done. I used to be like, oh, piracy. I'm totally on the other side of it now because I'm pissed off. Pirate, 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 pirate. They'll steal from you, steal from them. You want to watch these shows? Pirate them. Don't even pay them. If you want to watch a show, I don't even care if I get in trouble for this, okay? From companies. You don't even buy them. Don't even buy them. Find a way to get them without paying for them because they'll steal money from you. But if you steal money from them, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. You buy it from us so we can eventually take it away from you. How about this? I pirate it, don't have any DRM on it, and I can keep it as long as I want, and I didn't pay you greedy pieces of shit. How about that? I can't, and this is the other reason too. Tapes suck, but I've been getting back into mini disc. This is an upcoming video. Perfect segue. I've been taking stuff off of like Spotify and recording it on mini disc. Oh, Rich, that's a boomer thing to do. You must be going through a middle-age crisis. Maybe. I'm not. But perfect example. The Elden Ring soundtrack was on Apple Music. Okay, I pay for that. I like Apple Music. And so I was recording. Yeah, the majority of games, you have to get an update that is sizable. Will it play without it? Sure. But there's a reason they're giving you a multi-gigabyte update on a majority of games. From the Elden Ring soundtrack to try different tape recorders, and I just, wanted to put it on a mini disc. And one day I go to Apple Music, and you can't play the soundtrack anymore. That's it. It's just like, they must have had a licensing. We are now almost 6 minutes in. I have not mentioned them. Fallout From Software, soundtrack is gone. Virtually all games. Let's not go, Rich, the Pokemon. When you get a AAA game, there is a multi-gigabyte download for it that you not have to download, but there's an obvious reason it's there day one. I have to watch how I word everything now. Entire soundtrack. Then, yeah, you could play the menu in certain. I've had games do that. People wonder why I got back in. Well, they're saying that I'm lying about them and mentioning them, so into mini disc. I have no idea. Now, if I record it to a mini disc, no one there. All I've used Does It Play For is during the C-bomb shit. Yeah, day one patches are like a thing with there's a licensing fallout that no one could come to my house and take away my mini disc, right? I'll still have it even if the songs go off of whatever service. This isn't a no life though. This is a place that's like cited by IGN, and they apparently think I'm going around lying about them. Spotify or Apple Music or whatever the hell you use. This is why I fear the all digital future that we are now in.
Dr. Sex E. Coco donated $15.
The game is just
there are always exceptions to the rule. You are correct. 99.9% of games need a download. Many games are even too big to fit on a Blu-ray these days. And most indie games don't even have physical releases. Many devs rely on day one updates.
I don't even understand why this is a thing. When you buy a game physically, if you're lucky, you may just get an unfinished version of the game. This is why I hate everyone in the fucking industry. I just fucking hate everyone in the industry. I won't pretend and be like fucking the Completionist and all these other people that are vanilla but end up being pieces of shit behind the scenes anyway, I fucking despise you. I loathe you. Because you have such big sticks up your fucking asses. Mostly everyone, yes. That might be playable. I'm serious. I despise like 95% of the people in the fucking... Not the developers. Well, the publishers, yes. But fuck them. Seriously, fuck them in the ass. Fake ass motherfuckers, man. I know. That's why I don't even know why this is. Then you're going to say, hold on. A lot of times you get these games home, you got to get like a 50 gigabyte update or 20 gigabyte update. So the games that you get, I don't have a PlayStation 5 game or Series X game around me, is a coaster unless you get the updates. Oh, this is what they're pissed off about. This is what they're pissed off about. So they're playable, but there's going to be issues with them because they obviously had to have an update there day one. Semantics nullified, or whatever. Nullified's the wrong word. I remember I bought this. This is a Sega Genesis cartridge with 138 games on it, or probably even more than that. And everyone's like, Rich, that's piracy. Yeah, it is. You know what? I don't care. I used to. Cold War, a full install is over 200 gigabytes. Yeah, but I'm wrong. I'm wrong, dude. I used to be like, piracy is a crime. Would you go to a store and steal a CD? But you know what? If these companies are doing this and they'll steal from us, steal from them. Be a pirate. Go get the stuff in a way that you could permanently keep it. Screw you, Sony, and screw anybody who does things like this. And this is why I'm saying pirate. Because if they're willing to take your money and then steal the product away from you, which is exactly what this is, after you bought it, steal from them. What's the difference? Want to watch a movie and you're afraid they're going to take it away from you? Find a way to record it. Get it for free. I'm purposely being quiet because I'm still... I didn't hear their name mentioned. Where are the other videos where I've mentioned them instead of giving these pieces of garbage money that are multi-millionaires? Yeah, Modern Warfare 3 is a 70 megabyte, but, you know, I'm nuts, though. And billionaires who will just take these movies and games away from you whenever the hell they feel like it. I used to not be this way, but if this is the crap that's going to happen, I'm a pirate and proud of it, and you should be too. This is Rich of ReviewTechUSA signing out. Have a good one. I don't care about your licensing agreements. People bought these movies. Why do you purposely deny the updates? I'm curious. I'm just wondering. It's not a service they signed up for.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and...
I never mentioned them. I don't remember, unless someone could quote me wrong, when it comes to... I don't think whenever I've talked about this shit... Oh, wow, the video's doing good 8 hours ago. The only time I've talked about does it play was with the C-bomb stuff. If I'm wrong, and I'm just not remembering, could very well be the case. I have no idea what that song is. I'm trying to see if anyone ever said that I said it. If I did, then so be it. But the only time I remember direct quoting them... I don't know, man. I guess... Is it in the description? The only thing I can think of, unless I did quote them, misquote them, and I just don't remember, but I don't think I did, is the article maybe misrepresented them? And they were pissed at me because I talked to them. That's happened quite a bit. Because it's weird to me that because I guess because we're a bigger voice, I guess is the reason. The people like them, or it happened with a developer with me one time, they'll never get pissed off at the place writing the article because A lot of people don't read most people don't read the article. They rather watch a YouTube video. But man, they'll go after the YouTube video. Holy shit. It's like, I'm just going by the sources that I got. Yeah, well. But it has an update. So you put Lies of P in and there is no update. You get the disc from the store. There is no update with Lies of P. Anyway. Listen, man. Life happens. I'm allowed to get pissed off on my stream when people consider credible are saying that I'm lying about them. You know what I mean? Come on. Fuck you. Does it play? Let me see in their replies too. Well, at least they agree with me on that. But dude, I didn't even talk about you in the video. I don't even understand. You know what? Whatever. And the weirdest thing is that we agree on this. I think what they're pissed at is they're afraid people like me are going to de-incentivize people from buying physical copies, and they don't want that. Let's see. They have a website. So this is a but download required compared to a game. I guarantee you it would be next to impossible. Let me say this, that it doesn't exist, because I'm sure there is probably one example that you could find, or a couple. It would be tougher to find a game that you could pop in your disk drive that wouldn't have an update than there would be. No, it's not a troll. That's what I'm saying, man. They replied to my tweet? Good. Which you did in a video, but we comment. Whatever. So this is what was originally said, and then we'll move on to different shit. So let me see what was originally said. As usual, you blame Sony for something that's not their fault. Oh, God. you used as a play. They've constantly proved you wrong about this. Not saying there aren't physical copies that aren't complete on the disc, but those are the exceptions, not the rule. I keep putting misinformation out there. Okay, so take your console offline, play the games in the unoptimized state without the updates, and have fun. Enjoy them. Most of the games are fucking coasters without the updates. They could say they're playable. You could plug them in, and I'm sure you can play them, but they're still shit. And what's funny is, oh, we just woke up. We don't know what's going on, but we like the comment. What? All right, man. Yeah, okay. Guys, according to them, vast majority of games are playable. Play them broken. Play them broken. That's the way they're intended. Not with the big updates that most games come with, I'll say most, on day one. Play them broken. Keep physical media alive, even though it's really already dead. Anyway. I'm sure I'll be blocked by them within the next 24 to 48 hours, so. What's up, Phil's Juggle Boxers? Plenty of people are playing games without having them connected to the internet and getting the updates for them.
Salin99 donated $15. When it comes to 1.0, it's early access all the time no matter what anyone says, and they're scared to say otherwise.
Look, I know a lot of people don't want physical media to go away, and I'm fucking one of them. I'm wholeheartedly one of them. I don't want to see it go away. But can we just accept the reality of where we're at right now? Can we just accept it? Anyway, all right, I'm done with that. That was it. Where is the video? Oh, I'm in the wrong browser.
Game criticism and writing original material seriously, only to have someone a cubicle over take a hatchet to your stuff and collect a paycheck for it, is so deeply insulting. Things were bad enough that IGN pulled the plug on almost everything Philip ever made for the site just to be safe, something I've never seen an organization have to do before. He even, and this is insane, did a video explaining the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature, and his explanation is just stolen from a fucking NeoGAF post.
Told you. Told you. Yeah, go play Cyberpunk without an update. Good luck with that one. Come back with me on that one. But it is what it is, man. I'm misrepresenting people. I'm putting out misinformation. Play the games without updates. Enjoy them.
A normal rumble is just a motor which spins, creating a vibration.
What game just came? Go play Lords of the Fallen, which I know it's fucking garbage. Don't play it anyway. But especially, go play Lords of the Fallen when it first came out. What's another game that just came out recently that was a fucking... Go play, what was the sequel to the Star Wars game? Fallen Order? Or what's the second one called? Whatever. Go play that without updates. Good luck.
Right? Well, HD Rumble uses linear actuators, similar to Apple's Taptic Engine, which is what they use for the new Force Touch stuff in the new iPhones and Apple Watches. See, I believe that these are different in that they are more likely weighted electromagnets.
You believe that? Holy shit. He copied some text from a forum directly into his script and just read it out. Why would you even do that? No, seriously, that's the question we're trying to explore here. Why do people plagiarize? Philip is a great help in finding answers to these questions, because 8 months after all of this died down, he released a second apology. Well, arguably his first, since he didn't really apologize in the first one, but still.
Hey everyone, I'm not here to make any excuses or to try and justify my actions. I'm only here to apologize to the people that I've wronged.
He says sorry directly to several of the people he copied from, but to avoid making himself look too bad, he doesn't mention the forum post, or the time he stole from someone else at IGN, or a bunch of the other places.
That's crazy.
He also doesn't apologize for denying everything, pretending it was an accident, or accusing specific journalists of being out to get him by reporting on it. I think this points to what this apology is actually about, which is appearing more humble and honest to try and repair his reputation. Admitting to the truly
Sure, no. Boogie got offered the show his whole
embarrassing stuff
on OnlyFans. He didn't do it, which I think is a smart move, but...
or the dishonest shit he said when he was caught would just make him seem disingenuous. It's hard to come off as honest if the apology includes lying to your face in the past. He wasn't done making...
Why is everyone talking about Spider-Man 2? What's up with Spider? I've been enjoying it so far.
...excuses either. 2 days later, he uploaded a third...
Give you some sounds, please? Sure.
Pussy! The biggest pussies on planet Earth.
Girls. When I hear shake it off, I think of my girls.
So weird.
Third apology.
Hey everyone.
I'm getting deja vu from these videos now. In this video, he tried to explain why he did all this. He had insecurities about the quality of his writing and his fear of disappointing people.
So you go to a NeoGAF forum and get the information? So you go to a NeoGAF forum to get your writing?
I felt pretty confident with my video editing skills and my abilities to create visually appealing content, but I wasn't always confident with my abilities as a writer. And when I got that big break with this awesome gaming company, my insecurities were amplified by like 10 million because the audience was bigger and the expectations were higher. I really wanted to do well, but I was also really scared of saying the wrong thing or putting out a bad review.
Now, maybe it's because he's lied before and still wasn't owning up to the extent of what he did, but I simply do not accept this as the reason. Lots of people have anxiety about their writing. In fact, I'd say most writers do. Not many of them handle it by stealing, so anxiety and pressure feel like an easy excuse. From seeing almost all of Philip's videos, I feel comfortable in calling myself a Philip scholar at this point, I can tell you for a fact that he is bad at making videos. He thinks cinematic transition packs equal good editing, which is the reddest possible flag, but
yeah, he's kind of right about that. Look, I will say this, if you want to get into the semantics of it, in terms of you could put a disc in and the game will play unoptimized without the update, all right, they got me on that one. But I will, you know, touche, minus a few exceptions, what's a game that doesn't have an update that is meant to make the game run optimally? It's all about that. My brother, thankfully, I don't play FPS games like COD or that need big updates. It's all about what kind of games you play. But even if you don't play big games like that, what games are you playing that
breasts
don't have
Kyle
an update?
Denson donated $15. Major corporations are trying to adopt the World Economic Forum slogan of, "You will be happy and own nothing." It's not remotely surprising that digital distribution will steal our rights to own our media we purchased. Owning a home is becoming impossible.
Yeah, everything is going to be... I mean, if you don't find... And I'm not saying... No, they do. They agree with me on this. Does it play? That... I don't give a fuck about the TOS from Discovery or Sony. You paid a certain price to not rent the movie, to have access to it whenever you want to. They took your money for that and are taking that right away from you. I'll pirate your shit. Fuck you.
But even in terms of basic content, the videos are just bad. His earliest videos are just news about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch. Or stuff like the top 5 ways to play the Switch, a console that no one can play.
The single Joy-Con method, and it's probably going to be the least preferred way to play the Nintendo Switch.
When the Switch was out, he branched out into reviewing accessories like carrying cases and stuff, and doing unboxing videos. Some videos are just summarizing Nintendo press releases. This is the literal definition of content. It's like it got squeezed out of a Nintendo-branded tube somewhere. It's the most how do you do fellow kids energy I've ever seen coming out of a 28-year-old man. So he started doing the most egregious audience growth tricks for dummies you can imagine, like constantly having giveaways for subscribers. Philip's following didn't grow organically from people liking him or his work. Those people don't exist. It grew from offering free shit if you subscribed. But I'm gonna give Philip some credit here.
Isn't that against TOS? It's definitely against TOS.
And say at some point he recognized correctly.
They're very opaque with how you can do giveaways. That's why after the Switch OLED, I stopped doing them.
That he didn't know what he was doing. I mean, if it's obvious to me watching them, it must have been obvious to him making them, right? So, what do you do if you know you won't get ahead without copying someone better? You copy someone better. And I'm not even talking about plagiarism here. Even the stuff that isn't stolen is derivative. There's this one guy called Nihongo Gamer who's done some pretty useful tech reviews, and one of them was
I've watched him, he's pretty good.
Of an arcade fighting stick for the Switch. It did surprisingly well, and he gives it a proper workout as someone who clearly knows their stuff with.
You think we're close to the end of monthly charge to consume unlimited, like streaming movies, music towards. You think we're close to the end? It's just, I hate how, especially with music, man, you could be playing an album one day and the next day you can't play it anymore. That's why I got back into like mini disc and shit. It's fucking annoying.
With fighting games. A few weeks later, Philip coincidentally decided to review the same thing. But Philip isn't a fighting game aficionado, so his live gameplay footage is him playing Sonic and Mario Kart, making this review functionally useless as a review of a controller made for fighting games. But Nihongo Gamer also in the same video reviewed this Switch holder that looks like a little arcade machine. Philip coincidentally is also reviewing one of these in his video.
This game is so much better now.
This makes this game so much better.
This isn't even plagiarism, it's just strange. Philip didn't know how to build an identity of his own, so he just borrowed the style and content of successful videos in an extreme...
Well, if you want to, speaking of semantics, like, I've seen people review things like, oh, that would be cool to review. But... Nah, this guy's he's a husk of a human being and he doesn't know how to be a human. That's why he has to copy everybody.
Extremely cynical way. He didn't make these videos for the fun of it or because he cared about making them. It was always just about chasing success by any means necessary. And when that didn't work out, he just borrowed even more directly and got into this mess. In a fairly recent interview, he's described himself during this period as having imposter syndrome. But that's wishful thinking, isn't it? There's a difference between having imposter syndrome and being an imposter.
Imposter syndrome is when you have talent but you don't think you're talented. When you're an imposter, you're just copying other people.
Objectively speaking, Philip pretended to be a reviewer and critic while actually just being a thief and a liar. But I think it's possible to reverse engineer this falsehood and arrive at its core truth. The explanation lies in a little thing he said in apology number 3. I consider it the most meaningful thing Philip has ever said. It's not true, but it's meaningful.
So I took from sources who I trusted and respected and I agreed with, and I tried to change them in a way that I would say it.
Philip claims he sought out reviews from other people he respected to steal and learn from. But, to be blunt, who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming? When this happened, Boomstick's channel had just over 10,000 subscribers. Barely anyone had any idea he existed. And look at the other places he copied from. Mostly random websites, niche gaming outlets, fucking forum posts.
Yeah, he was hoping that what he copied would never be found. He didn't realize that the internet is the internet.
If you consider something so obscure you can get away with stealing it, you do not respect it. Philip copied these people because he thought what they were doing was beneath respect. Remember Caves of Steel? I told you it would come up again, you little bastard. You better not have forgotten. In the lawsuit between Ellison, Bova, and the studios, one tactic the studios used was to accuse them of being the real plagiarists, of ripping off Caves of Steel when they were writing Brillo. The problem is these writers were all friends who knew and respected each other, so they could ask Isaac Asimov what he thought of that.
So we went to New York. I've known Isaac for 25 years. And Isaac, in his deposition, said,
Yeah, the internet is eternal, 100%.
I've known Harlan for 25 years. He said, you don't steal from your friends.
It all sounds so simple when Isaac Asimov says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone's entire idea and thumbnail have been copied. The thief later flipped the thumbnail and changed the color of his shirt. Amazing. This guy's kinda notorious for stealing from people, and there was a really notable encounter where he made fun of a guy by joking about how many subscribers he had. This comes off as generic former Vine star narcissism, but it's difficult to ignore that he specifically steals from people he considers beneath him, having a lower number. If you're not as important, your ideas are up for grabs. In 2016, Melania
Wow, narcissists in the entertainment industry? Shocking.
Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention was found to have plagiarized one of Michelle Obama's speeches at the Democratic National Convention. The audience hadn't seen a speech given at the other convention, so none of them noticed, but the media did later. The question going unasked at the time, at least for me, was, why Michelle Obama? Her speech about hope and dignity and respect and dreams had nothing to do with being a Republican. They hate that shit. Why didn't the writer rip off a Nancy Reagan speech about killing the poor or locking up black people for using the drugs her husband gave them? Well, plagiarizing another Republican would annoy Republicans, whose opinion the writer actually cares about. If you respect someone, or want their respect, you generally don't risk a fight with them by jacking their shit. But if you don't like someone, stealing is almost like getting one over on them, isn't it? No one was ever fired or seemingly punished in any way for stealing a speech and pretending they wrote it, and that's because none of these people give a shit about Michelle Obama. They're probably glad it.
Here you go, Dad, just because I want to see you shirtless. So don't make it an awkward show. So your man chest. And look here, I'm going to come down there and tell Carlos to relax your shoulders. Birds for men, birds for all. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. And,
damn. Scullin's nipples. Hot damn. Scullin's nipples. They are firm and have 2 nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Skip, dip, 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 dip. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples.
man, thank you.
Happened. If you broke into Obama's house and stole some of his silverware, most speakers at this convention would pay you a cash prize. Plagiarism is an insult, and don't people love to insult their enemies? Here's something petty I should have forgotten about but didn't. When Lukey Poo made his short-lived video response, while defending himself on the grounds he actually got the idea.
That is true. It's like, you know who did that too? Jay-Z did that to Joe Budden. Remember Pump, Pump, Pump? He purposely took the same beat. He's like, here, I took it, now you can have it back. Welcome to the entertainment industry. Everyone in it is fucking terrible. Yes.
Yeah, from
Joe Budden, not Joe Biden.
Someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real. He still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought Hbomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagree.
Oh, yeah. One of the biggest Achilles heel of my channel, man. If you have political takes that people don't like and you express them, goodbye.
Agreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing Hbomberguy needs more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers is a lesson in...
Oh, no. You're one of those. You're one of those.
Humility.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he...
Breasts.
That's great. That's great. Oh, God. Eric Seals was good, man. Really, the only benefit to buying a physical game, Eric, is if you want to trade it in. That's it. That's the only fucking reason. That is a big benefit, though, admittedly. But 9 times out of 10, you have to download substantial updates to make it a stable game.
Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me as someone who has received the same treatment from someone like him. There's this indignation to
it. I need to hear that again. Yeah, that guy got fucking mauled.
Didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought Hbomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war, even if he did
Oh yeah, of course.
Rip me off. I'm the
Who cares? You're the enemy. You're the bad guy. You don't want to see gay people killed, you bastard.
Bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends. You steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing Hbomberguy needs more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers is a lesson in humility.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me.
Most fuckable twink. That was so quick and so perfectly timed and so savage that I'm applauding. God damn. That put me in a good mood. Oh, let's go. Spider-Man 2 is a good game. What were people freaking out about? What do they have? Pride flags? Oh, fucking weirdos. Is that really what people were freaking out about with that? Take a pride flag and shove it up your ass.
As someone who has received the same treatment.
I'm pleasant today, aren't I?
From someone like him. There's this indignation to it.
Well, Starfield was,
Fucking pronouns!
I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social element to theft. Plagiarists seem to have this belief they...
Salin99 donated $15. When does the internet stop becoming the wild, wild west? Can it be not the wild, wild west? Plagiarism. Being awful human being. God damn it.
It has to be the Wild West, though. I would defend the internet being the Wild West. Not saying that people should be banned off of private platforms. Like, that's really... That was what people were... Wasn't there someone trying to mod for the... I think for PC, this spider... So it wouldn't have pride flags or something in there? Like, just play the game. Oh my god.
They are better than their targets, more important, more deserving of credit, better politics, a better class of person. Your ideas are wasted on you. They'd be much better served in my videos. Other games people looked down on what...
Interesting take, and I pretty much agree with it.
What Philip did with so much anger, and people from IGN continued to be aggressive at him for years afterwards, because they understand this instinctively. His actions essentially said out loud, he thinks games writing is so worthless, it's okay for him to steal it. The IGN crew are especially entitled to be angry about Philip though, because he did really damage their credibility. When your company produces plagiarized stuff, it damages people's faith in your institution and its ability to not do that, and it's really hard to get that goodwill back.
Yeah, it is. And that's what, yeah, IGN had every right to be pissed. And Ryan McCaffrey, which I called him out before. He had I forgot what dumb take he had a while back that I called him a few years ago, but shit happens. Doesn't mean I don't like the guy. God, he went and laced into Philip Mewson. He was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He may have deleted the tweets. He was like, do anything else. Edit. Go work at the post office. Go into porn, whatever. But you are done. You can never, ever be a game reviewer. You can never be a tech journalist. It's over. Go away. Fuck off. Right? I'm paraphrasing slightly, but he definitely told him to fuck off, I believe. Or fuck came up some way. People made a big mistake about it because they are side quests involving minority groups, and however, Insomniac removed these for the Middle East version of the game to sell it. That kind of sucks too, because of their fucking shit culture.
This leads us, as all things do, to the Angry Video Game Nerd, Part E, Cinemassacre. The Angry Video Game Nerd is a popular series in which... I don't need to explain this. AVGN made James Rolfe a household name the world over, in cool households. Under the umbrella of his mostly one-man production company, Cinemassacre, James made other things too. One of these, and my favourite, was Monster Madness, where every October James would release a video every single day about an old horror or monster movie. I used to rewatch these whenever I was hungover in university. It always made me feel way better. There's an infectious positivity to hearing someone share something they genuinely enjoy. Good stuff. As the years went on and he got busy with other projects and having children, I mean his wife had the children, you get it, Monster Madness took a back seat. Some years he only made a few new ones. The guy was busy, or maybe he'd lost interest in a project he'd done for over a decade at that point, and that's fair enough. But then Screenwave got involved. For people with better things to do, Screenwave Media is a YouTube network / influencer agency thing who work with various YouTubers, helping them produce content by editing their videos for them, assisting with writing, and helping...
No, I'm pretty sure they just do that for James. I am still under their network. It's still kind of worth my time.
them find sponsors. They apparently work with a bunch of channels in various forms, but they work especially closely with Cinemassacre. The writing and editing of the AVGN videos became different and weird, like someone else was doing those parts. The channel started making new types of video, which were like James standing kind of awkwardly in the corner while Screenwave employees discussed a movie. There was a Cinemassacre podcast, and James often just wasn't in it. The guy whose channel it was became an optional side character. Oh, and everything became packed with sponsorships.
If you don't know, Skillshare...
It got so bad, episode 200 of AVGN is split into 3 videos with separate sponsors, purely because they sold too many brand deals.
Oh, we're gonna have to make the episode 200 3 episodes because we sold too many brand deals, and they didn't tell James.
Ooh boy.
Screenwave, Monster Madness became a different beast. They streamlined production by eliminating the writing. It became James and a rotation of Screenwave employees you don't know, and James didn't seem to know too well either, discussing the film and trying to come up with something interesting on the spot for 15 minutes. Some of these guys were basically ordered to be on the show by their bosses and seem uncomfortable being there, which makes these being shot on a dungeon set fitting. And you're constantly reminded why this was made at all.
Available now, US only. Release the Kraken!
The show certainly wasn't what anyone had been watching it for, and the creators appeared to notice, because in April...
Yeah, I mean, look, AVGN episodes are still like that kind of. They're kind of like The Simpsons to me. But they're still decent. Like I'll watch them. But yeah, I could see they tried that. They were like, look, you can't just make a video or 2 a month and have this going. I think, didn't James say if it wasn't for Screenwave stepping in, he would have quit?
April 2021, it was announced Monster Madness was coming back, for real, with the old style of scripted videos featuring just James and his short and simple voiceover. Like the old days, but, you know...
Yeah, which I kind of agree with. But you know what? The game wouldn't have been sold there because fucking tyrannical governments.
Screenwave's help, so not really. Newt Wallen, a Screenwave employee, was enthusiastically tweeting about how he had written 20 of the 31 videos himself, with others writing the rest. The whole point was it was a guy passionately sharing his actual opinions, but that guy wasn't writing them. But some people were still excited. It was a pandemic year, we were all indoors, not much else was going on.
Be sure to check out Cinemassacre's Monster Madness around the world. 31 days, 31 countries.
October rolled around, and so did the first new video for the film 28 Days Later. It was weird, like James was reading something written for him, which he was. But what really stood out was what he was saying. A guy who famously avoids politics and serious real-world events in his videos suddenly started talking about how the film reminded him of the horror of 9/11?
And when seeing the film today and being put into that time period, you can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war.
It didn't take...
Yeah, him staying away from politics completely is one of the huge reasons he lasted as long as he did.
long for people to start Googling the words he was saying. A user...
Yeah, you know... It's fucked they had to do it, but... I mean, look how China is with games, too. You know, what do you do?
User named ZB123 posted a...
Oh, you take a stand and don't sell the game there. Okay, great. Then when they're then they can't sell it somewhere else, and they can't sell it somewhere else, and then what?
Thread on Reddit showing a huge portion of the video's script was taken directly from a review in Film Comment, a fairly well-known film criticism magazine, by Dr. Cecilia Syed, who is currently a senior film lecturer at the University of Kent. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
Horror films are frequently interpreted as allegories of our realities.
Okay, that was quick.
Their fantastic or supernatural elements often spawn from symptoms of social and political tensions in a specific era. 28 Days Later is set in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which has been devastated by an epidemic that within seconds can transform its victims into crazed cannibal killers.
Following a car accident, he wakes up from a 28-day coma. Finding the hospital abandoned, he walks out and wanders through the empty London
Yeah, good job of writing these scripts, champ.
streets. He finds that people have fled the country after the outbreak, but those who remain are either dead or have become the infected. The group sleeps in debris of deserted buildings, eats canned food from abandoned supermarkets, and fights off the infected. 28 Days Later aligns itself with the typical loss of individuality plot. It's interesting to read 28 Days Later in terms of the state of affairs of the world. The movie began shooting on September 1st, 2001.
You can't help but think of 9/11.
And all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war. 28 Days Later has political and social undercurrents that resemble our world even now, only making you wonder if history will ever stop repeating itself. But much like our heroes at the end of Day of the Dead, there's a possibility of renewal.
Order is born from chaos, and then chaos is born from order.
It was as if Professor Syed's review had been killed and brought back from the dead in a new, tainted form. That's not how the zombies in 28 Days Later were. Okay, it was like her review was the patient zero of 28 Days Later reviews, and it infected the... This is pretty straightforwardly plagiarism. The angry video game nerd had just stolen a film professor's review of a movie. In true AVGN fashion, shit hit the fucking ceiling. What was going on? Initially, Justin Silverman, the lead Screenwave guy, claimed this was a result of a new person who was helping, accidentally mixing some notes into a script, and this would be fixed soon and all the other episodes were fine. The new person thing isn't true. The guy who did it had worked with Justin for like a decade, but I can understand trying to protect someone's identity if you believed they had just made a small mistake. Justin updated the page the video was posted on to say it was being corrected to remove some accidental plagiarism, whatever that means. So whoever did it, they successfully convinced Justin this was an accident. But it wasn't. There's the telltale red flag of the awful writing you get when someone who can't write tries to rewrite something they copied.
The movie starts with the usual tropes. Mankind's experiments go haywire, resulting in destructive results.
There's another way you can prove it wasn't accidental.
Oh god, you reused the same word right away? Oh boy.
You know, the other excuse we've heard before, how it just happened once and the rest of the videos were fine? They weren't fine. Reddit user Retired Fool went on the website the videos were being hosted on and found the second episode uploaded early. Most of it was from a review on ScreenAgeWasteland.com.
The movie opens with a shadowy figure with multiple hand attachments who calls in the boys, 4 men from a government agency trying to deal with an alien invasion in a small New Zealand town. Peter Jackson plays dual roles of Derek and Robert. who interact through the use of creative camera work and editing. So Jackson handled acting, writing, directing, cinematography, editing, and special effects for the film. Derek is perhaps the best character in the film. He's bloodthirsty, clumsy, funny, and a little too full of himself. He spends a good portion of the film on his own, but Jackson manages it. He's got a good sense of physical comedy that comes in handy when Derek is dealing with a flap of his own skull that keeps allowing pieces of his brain to fall out. Bad Taste is a gloriously gory entry in the splat stick genre and a true cult classic. Watching it today, you can kind of see inklings of the kind of films Peter Jackson would prove capable of later on through the pacing, camera work, and sheer inventive energy.
So Day 2's video was also plagiarized. The Return of Monster Madness isn't going so well. We know James didn't write this, so who could it have been? Was it perhaps the man who was just bragging about writing most of them himself? Yes, it was. The rest of the Screenwave guys looked at the scripts, and many more examples were discovered. Justin confirmed several more were plagiarized, and Kieran, a video editor who later quit, claimed in a live stream that all of them were.
We went through all the scripts, plagiarized them all. They had multiple, like every single thing was plagiarized. They fucking plagiarized every single thing.
This is a tremendous...
Wow. Former disgruntled employee airs out dirty law. Oh boy.
Tremendous amount of blatant theft, if true, but soon it became clear almost everything Newt did and said was copied. While I was looking for other stuff Newt made, I saw he was one of the speakers at the Roast of the Angry Video Game Nerd in 2013, and he was proud enough of this he uploaded his bits separately to a channel he was involved with. And just watching it without doing any serious checking, several of the jokes from this jumped out at me immediately.
Justin, I heard Justin was nervous before the show. He couldn't figure out what he was going to wear, either honey glazed or pineapple slices.
This joke is taken from a Gilbert Gottfried roast.
She couldn't decide between the
Oh my god, he even...
honey glaze or pineapple slices.
Brent Vanderbrook is so deep in the closet, he's having adventures in Narnia.
This is a well-known...
Well, no. This guy, Philip Mewson's career got destroyed. This guy... also his career got destroyed. So, no, he mostly don't win.
Joke from a 2007 Jimmy Carr stand-up special.
Come on, you're so far in the closet, you're having adventures in Narnia.
People have been ripping this off for years. Here it is posted in 2009, with many of the comments remarking that it's old and stolen even then, and this was almost half a decade before Newt stole it. Here's an in-character Tyrion Lannister Twitter account reusing it a few months before the roast in 2013. I haven't seen the show or read the books, so I'm just gonna assume they read Narnia there too. Don't correct me. While I was researching this topic, I found a Reddit post collecting all the places he stole from for this roast. Obviously there were a bunch. When I found this, I was worried people would think I just got this from here. I assure you I do my own research and don't just read Reddit posts. As proof, they haven't found the source for the Narnia one, so don't I feel special? Unless Jimmy Carr got it from somewhere else too. He's already stealing from the British taxpayer, so I wouldn't be surprised. Newt had just been very sloppily taking shit for over a decade. The guy was fired, and from the sounds of things, everyone's bitter about it, especially the guys who had to make new Monster Madness videos to an insanely short deadline.
And then we
So, they knew he was... Hold on. Streaming is unpredictable. This is hurting my head. This is like groundbreaking shit to me as a person who's part of this network. I'm concerned. So you knew the scripts were plagiarized. You were more pissed off about having to fire someone because you were buddy with him than the scripts being fucking plagiarized. Tonight's giving me a fucking headache, man. It ain't your fault. Oh, Jay, we gotta say farewell to, think it's time. I don't know why. I gave him a cut for the protection, but after December, I think it's I won't do it now because if there's some kind of hiccup with the transition, because there's always that chance where you get off a network, after December, it's been real. It's not like my main channel gets that many views anyway, so I don't think they really give a fuck.
Have to rewrite 20-something scripts and re-edit them in a week.
Even James Rolfe himself got involved. He quite famously avoids talking about controversial stuff.
No, shop around for what? I'm just going to be directly connected to YouTube. I ain't going to another network. Networks are dead. The only reason I stay with them is because it was convenient, and if there was a problem, it was still easier, even if I had a direct contact to get them to YouTube. But this is too much. You knew the plagiarism was going on, and you're more so mad that it wasn't swept under the rug?
Stuff like 9/11, but there was enough confusion he saw fit to descend from his throne of gold and put up an unlisted video explaining what happened.
One of our writers had somehow added a portion that was taken from a pre-existing article. That's unacceptable, and all of us here apologize for letting that sneak in.
He went with the story Justin did. Some new guy pasted something wrong and confused his notes into the script.
The short story is somebody fucked up. Somebody knew.
I'm not sure if this was recorded before this turned out to be a lie, or if they just decided they didn't need to explain it to the public in detail, and that's understandable. But either way, it wasn't somebody new. It was somebody Newt. That's your joke for this video. Doing research, I found an interview with Newt about a low-budget horror film he wrote. However, the picture they used was Philip Mewson. I have no idea how this happened, but it's very funny. For the creative people watching, there's a kind of positive lesson here. You might be mystified why someone would copy stuff for a review. Why is it so hard to just write your opinions on something? But it turns out writing a good review is really difficult. For example,
yeah, that's true.
I use the phrase "it turns out" more than once every video by accident because I'm bad at it. I'm not even joking. I've written "it turns out" in the next section without realizing it. That's how fucking bad I am. Being able to write a good review is a unique and difficult skill. Creative
I'm on till 3.
people often have trouble recognizing their skills as skills because eventually they feel like second nature, and they don't feel real and practical like building a house or doming. But it turns in that this stuff actually is valuable. If it wasn't, people wouldn't be stealing it. Creativity doesn't feel super special or unique until you realize people have to plagiarize it. Ugh, I accidentally bought this in size twink instead of bear. Oh, would you like some talcum powder with that, sir? No, it's fine. I could wring the sweat out from that and probably sell it. It's worth noting that even when the plagiarism was cleared up, the new videos are still weird. The entire appeal of Monster Madness was it was one guy passionately sharing his opinions. If someone else wrote those opinions, even if they're not stolen, what exactly is the point?
That's an interesting pause, is the facade of him saying it, but people aren't buying that anymore. Yeah, I know, that ReviewTechUSA guy, he's a piece of shit.
James put this better himself a few years back before this all began.
I want to make original films. Lots of people say, well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it's somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, obviously I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before. This is an insidious side effect of plagiarism in larger operations. It implicates the person reading the script, not just its writer. But here the plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction Cinemassacre's videos have taken. The unstolen ones are almost as strange as the stolen ones, in the ways James once predicted. You can only hand off so much of your work before it stops being yours. It feels weird to...
Yeah, you could have somebody try to sound like you. They could be a huge fan of you and understand your content. It's never it's never going to be the same. He's just like kind of like a mascot now, you know?
To say this about videos where a guy calls a game from 1992 a fuckstick, but the magic is gone. These aren't videos anymore. They're products. Late-stage Cinemassacre is so low effort, the scripts have obvious grammatical errors, and James just reads them without even bothering to change them.
And it's with these survivors that Jim will struggle to stay alive with.
These videos used to come from a place of interest and care, to entertain or...
If once, I think, if screenwave, it's not if, it's probably when they part ways with James, it'll eventually happen. They're probably... I don't see James continuing.
Or share something.
He's straight up. It's factual that he's phoning it in right now.
Now they're made by a production line for only one reason.
ExpressVPN.com/Cinemassacre.
Internet video as a business is at odds with internet video as a medium, dare I say, an art form. Put the gun down. The increased industrialization of videos doesn't necessarily make the videos better, just easier to make. But if you want to make as much money as possible in the short term, you cut those corners and you make as much product as possible. This gives me a chance to respond to the most common question about plagiarism on the internet, which is, why should we care? Does it really matter in the grand scheme if a review of Octopath Traveler or 28 Days Later is stolen? If you think that, you should try extruding that logic a bit further until it reaches the pain receptors of your brain. Internet video isn't a silly playground where teens pretend to be scared of horror games anymore. It's a business.
Yep. I was just about to say this, a business, man. You can't just...
There is real money to be made in this space, or so the emails from the World of Tanks guys keep telling me. So it's definitely worth interrogating the fact people's work
That was an interesting shot to take it,
is being exploited in these money-making endeavors. This issue will become relevant later, and by later, I mean now. If you want to maximize your profits by making a video every other day, how do you write that much material? You don't! Part Illuminati. It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminati, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was... fine? My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk-eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with
horse semen, Jesus Christ, man. That's the new COVID vaccine?
He says for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Deere's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he...
Hello, Katie. How are you? Long time no talk.
I actually emailed my producer, Kat, with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Damn. Like nothing. Absolutely. This was Philip Musend.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Deer, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deer and the documentary pretty open.
Put my shirt on real quick. Oh shit, I have a fucking coffee here? Made a coffee and I forgot about it. So I took down the pissy tweet at, what the hell are they called? Does It Play? But I'll put up a video later because I still feel, Does It Play? I feel like you're almost in a way being disingenuous. Oh, it will play, but it'll play like shit. Or it won't play well. Or it will not play to the spec that the developer wants it to because you cannot say in the future, Sony is gone. Nintendo is gone. Microsoft is gone. And you have that disc. Sometimes even those gigabyte updates, which are very rare, are stability patches that are important. The company's gone to get you that stability patch. What happens? Anyway, when I get pissed off when it's like, don't make it like I'm being a fucking liar. Because I don't do that shit. Can I make a mistake? Yes, but I'm not a fucking liar. That's the thing that pissed me off. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta piss. If I was a soup, what would I taste like? What kind of soup? No, I'm not burnt out. If I was burnt out, I wouldn't be streaming. If I was burnt out, I wouldn't. I don't know if you were referring to me.
Openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary.
Hey, someone paid for me to. People wanted to support me. Said I want to stay on until 3. Hey, here I am. It's Sunday tomorrow. What happened was, my kids were supposed to be here this weekend, but when I woke up today, everyone's like, "Hey, your brother threw up," because I own a 2-family house and my family's on one side of it, and I'm like, "Oh shit." So I said to my kid's mom, I'm like, "Look, I want him here, and I do. I'm letting you know, it's up to you." And she's like, "Yeah, no." I'm like, "All right." I'm just, because I don't want you to think I want them here.
Entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a
Yeah, it takes a while if you have a lot of shit, T-Joe. How are you?
documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary or just quotes it 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy. I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deere's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or not.
That's why I always say in the video, this comes from. I used to actually put the direct link to the article. I miss those days, YouTube. I miss them a lot. I like crediting my sources instead of just saying them in the video, but if I put a link to it, you know what happened the other time.
Knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Yeah, like, I quote articles all the time, but I say, hey, guys, this comes from Kotaku. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. This comes from... Why? Why? You... Not only is it disrespectful, you know, people like everybody, and especially this guy, they're going to find out.
I love there's a tiny Andy.
I saw it on my phone, bro.
There for some reason.
There was her wonderful titties.
But not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it and just not telling.
Yeah, because at that point, you might as well just play the whole documentary and be like, yo, I'm mirroring you.
Telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some
I'm actually not. Maybe that's what the problem is.
cases just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue
Have a good night, Maxwell. Thank you for coming through, man.
MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus,
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deer's words out loud.
Man, Illuminati's probably shitting her pants right now.
And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended
Wow.
from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000
She's been mega canceled already? What has she been mega canceled for? I'm just curious. What happened?
fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. Nom, 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 nom.
Wait, what the fuck else is going on with her? She backstabs her friends and coworkers.
My favorite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deer said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And holy fuck, my head's about to explode. She's an abuser. She mistreated her employees. Wow. Holy man, did I open Pandora's box. Tonight has been a shit show, huh? I haven't had a shit show stream in a while, so hey, you know what? I've been doing pretty good. It was bound to happen. Maybe we'll have to watch the Gamer from Mars video. Not tonight, but...
Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video.
Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where
probably at 2:30 I'll go over the game.
stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is
She blamed Legal Eagle's editor of plagiarism and it opened Pandora's box for her. It's a good rabbit hole. Turkey Tom has some videos. Oh, I know what we're doing today night. Today night, I guess.
Is normal. Lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deer's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list. Somewhere, and she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions...
Wolf, I'm sure we could find another video, but except for Turkey. The Internet Anarchist and Turkey have a couple... If you guys would like, if you don't mind, you don't have to, if you have videos on Illuminati, excuse me, you want me to watch, we will make it our topic for tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if Jay wants to come through naked.
They exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No. She's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, God. These people don't realize they're on the internet?
In the late 1980s, where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal...
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have my kids here on Christmas and celebrate here.
Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe.
Yes, that's why you have to. This comes from Kotaku. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. This comes, you have to. Maxwell, thank you for being a member for 7 months, man. I appreciate that.
Where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be...
Yeah, here is the thing. Doing these are hard. If you're going to do them, you got to do them right. And yeah, it takes a long time. So if you try to become a documentary mill, this is what fucking happens. I'm not defending it in any way, but you get what I'm saying.
A role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical research.
Why do you think I completed a video game? It takes him like months upon months. It's the same with Hbomberguy. He doesn't come out with a video often because you can't, because you got to, not only is it a lot of work, you got to dot your I's and cross your T's because you know how the internet is.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate.
We'll finish her, which may lead us to the end of the night, but still.
The Telegraph and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel...
This is the same thing that happened to... I granted there's a bigger rabbit hole with her, which we'll get into tonight, tomorrow. This is what Matt Santoro did. He was fucking plagiarizing everything.
More original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off, hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realise if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was not—
Oh god, that was with, what's his name? Ja Rule. People paid a shit ton of money to go out there. It was overcrowded and they got like prison food.
No isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot
Nazi was saying birds, the world as well.
just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly, but the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
And, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those two documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
Alright, when's the bomb gonna drop?
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up two documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And everything's quoted.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
You couldn't find a different way to say that. You had every single person that had 2 hands and 10 fingers on deck to try to make this happen. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I'm creative. I can...
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix. With
one of the people she backstabbed was her ex-boyfriend whose house she attempted to foreclose on. Long story, her ex is known as Oz. Oh, wow. There's so much.
Supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things...
She's just trying to make it look like she got it. Oh, this is fucking amazing, dude. Holy shit. This is incredible.
That really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly...
No. Oh yeah, I'm pro piracy, so she's just piracy. She's just pirating. No, this is fucking plagiarism. This is theft. This is career-ending shit.
Here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire. It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival...
It's not review ethics, but Jesus Christ, man, when you're doing like a big documentary and just literally lifting everything, holy shit.
Consultant.
A metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary.
Just color corrected. Holy fuck.
Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism. This is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so
Who is Black Panther? He has a lot of followers on Twitter. He just followed me out of nowhere. I'll follow him back just out of curiosity, but
she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit.
he's a car game YouTuber. Uh-oh. Did I just step in shit? With me. Probably. Does a play said, since the other posts, we'd really appreciate if your channel size wouldn't spread the notion that all physical games are incomplete. Our work has been disproving this for over 4 years. It's counterproductive for the common goal we seem to share. I'm in a shitstorm now. Oh, well. It is what it is.
Though,
it's been a few months, right?
The video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire doc.
But virtually all AAA games have major updates that are meant to substantially improve their performance, period. Sure, comma, a game can be playable out of the box, comma, but is it the ideal way to play, question mark? simply denying this is not going to save physical media, period. I think we're both aware of that. Why did I write that twice?
Documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event. And guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries,
oh god.
Without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, "Oh, I use these documentaries as research" at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room
I love how the just, I know I said this before, but just the color correction
in the video to show you just how much she quotes.
Think about that.
It's the documentary without telling you, while reusing greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video is looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content. The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention, with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words, and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end, while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing.
A mass plagiarizer.
Shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom, to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names, and there's hundreds of them. So they get recommended to everyone, even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You.
Yeah, they just have text-to-speech.
Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing, they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier.
It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
The opening sequence introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain a horror zombie film titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man.
Yeah, I see these all over. They're bullshit.
The man saw it. He was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this
oh yeah, they'll just go copy and paste the text from
ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add
Where am I acting like Phil?
to the jokes, and, you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's, Tricky Dick. Very cool man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called
I'm falling asleep. I'm not falling asleep in the slightest. What are you talking about? Oh, who you talking about? Illuminati? Yeah,
Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun.
But this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber, by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular
sounds like something I would talk about, admittedly.
format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something
yeah, Steph, it's 3. Relax.
She cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is.
How that must have destroyed her channel to begin with. You deleted 40 million views? 40 million? Oh boy.
The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process. And I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bexed burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminati.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's
And then I wonder why people, like, if you have one sponsor a month, people get pissed off at you because of shit like this.
15% off your first order of any products of Blueland.
Because of shit like this.
Orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day, but I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships, so I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't...
It's true. All you gotta do is you just copy and paste from each place. You got your script. You get people to edit it. It's Matthew Santoro 101.
Plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least, shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and they both highlight text.
Wow. You're going around stealing shit. And you're going around claiming a lawyer is stealing shit, a legit lawyer, and you think he's not going to go see?
When they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry, really. There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept of highlighting text. Tons of people use torn paper in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before Illuminati has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like.
Yeah, that's how you learn. That's not called ripping off.
Like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. No. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives, because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation. This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe, I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deer in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch.
Especially, like, she doesn't seem like she's adding any fucking personality. She's just reading. She's not... There's no flair. There's no pizzazz. It's like Matthew Santoro. It's like, great, dude, you could read a script written by someone else. But what do you add to it?
Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands, that's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. He could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend
Wow.
Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deere out of the story.
I'm sure this happens. I know it does.
And it doesn't even work.
Because it's all about getting it out the fastest.
Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deere has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deere actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair...
Man, this Illuminati chick is in a world of shit. This is not...
isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and...
Yeah, it's that time anyway, man. It is that time. It's been one of those... I knew eventually a stream was going to get derailed. That's how it goes. Alright, guys. I'll be back later today. I'm going to go get some sleep. Have a good night. I appreciate everyone coming through. I think I'll give you another
Ban
one.
Amber Heard's turd, please.
Have a great evening, and I'll see you later.